Chapter 6 of The Impending Crisis of the South, How to Meet It, by Hinton Helper. Chapter 6, Testimony of the Churches. Run hence proclaim, cry it about the streets, some to the common pulpits and cry out, liberty, freedom, and enfranchisement. In quest of arguments against slavery, we have perused the work of several eminent Christian writers of different denominations, and we now proceed to lay before the reader the result of a portion of our labor. As it is the special object of this chapter to operate on, to correct and cleanse the consciences of slaveholding professors of religion, we shall adduce testimony only from the 5 churches to which they, in their satanic piety, mostly belong: the Presbyterian, the Episcopal, the Baptist, the Methodist, and the Roman Catholic, all of which, thank heaven, are destined at no distant day to become thoroughly abolitionized. With few exceptions, all the other Christian sects are, as they should be, avowedly and inflexibly opposed to the inhuman institution of slavery. The Congregationalist, the Quaker, the Lutheran, the Dutch and German Reformed, the Unitarian, and the Universalist especially are all honorable, able, and eloquent defenders of the natural rights of man. We will begin by introducing a mass of Presbyterian testimony. The Reverend Albert Barnes of Philadelphia, one of the most learned Presbyterian preachers and commentators of the day, says, "There is a deep and growing conviction in the minds of the mass of mankind that slavery violates the great laws of our nature, that it is contrary to the dictates of humanity, that it is essentially unjust, oppressive, and cruel, that it invades the rights of liberty with which the author of our being has endowed all human beings, and that in all forms in which it has ever existed, it has been impossible to guard it from what its friends and advocators would call abuses of the system. It is a violation of the first sentiments expressed in our Declaration of Independence, and on which our fathers founded the vindication of their own conduct in an appeal to arms. It is at war with all that a man claims for himself and for his own children, and it is opposed to all the struggles of mankind in all ages for freedom. The claims of humanity plead against it. The struggles for freedom everywhere in our world condemn it. The instinctive feeling in every man's own bosom in regard to himself is a condemnation of it. The noblest deeds of valor and of patriotism in our own land and in all lands where men have struggled for freedom are a condemnation of the system. All that is noble is in man is opposed to it. All that is base, oppressive, and cruel pleads for it. The spirit of the New Testament is against slavery, and the principles of the New Testament, if fairly applied, would abolish it. In the New Testament, no man is commanded to purchase and own a slave. No man is commended as anything to the evidence of his Christian character or as performing the appropriate duty of a Christian for owning one. Nowhere in the New Testament is the institution referred to as a good one or as a desirable one. It is commonly, indeed, it is almost universally conceded that the proper application of the principle of the New Testament would abolish slavery everywhere, or that the state of things which will exist when the gospel shall be fairly applied to all relations of life, slavery will not be found among those relations. Let slavery be removed from the church, and let the voice of the church with one accord be lifted up in favor of freedom. Let the church be wholly detached from the institution, and let there be adopted by its ministers and members an interpretation of the Bible, as I believe there may and be and ought to be, that shall be in accordance with the deep-seated principles of our nature in favor of freedom, and with our own aspirations for liberty, and with the sentiments of the world in its onward progress in regard to human rights. And not only would a very material objection against the Bible be taken away, and one which would be fatal if it were well founded, but an establishment of a very strong argument in favor of the Bible as a revelation from God would be the direct result of such a position. Thomas Scott, the celebrated English Presbyterian commentator, said, "To number the persons of men with beasts, sheep, and horses, as the stock of a farm, or with bales of goods as the cargo of a ship, is no doubt a most detestable and anti-Christian practice. From a resolution denunciatory of slavery unanimously adopted by the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church in 1818, we make the following extract. We consider the voluntary enslaving of one part of the human race by another a gross violation of the most precious and sacred rights of human nature, so utterly inconsistent with the laws of God, which require us to love our neighbor as ourselves, and as totally irreconcilable with the spirit and principles of the gospel of Christ, which enjoins that all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. We rejoice that the church to which we belong commenced as early as any other in this country the good work of endeavoring to put an end to slavery, and that in the same work many of its members have ever since been and now are among the most active, vigorous, and efficient laborers. We earnestly exhort them to continue and, if possible, to increase their exertions to effect a total abolition of slavery. A committee of the Synod of Kentucky, in an address to the Presbyterians of that state, said that our Negroes would be worse off if emancipated, we feel but a specious pretext for lulling our own pangs of conscience and answering the arguments of the philanthropists. None of us believe that God has so created a whole race that it is better for them to remain in perpetual bondage. The Episcopal testimony. Bishop Horsley says slavery is injustice which no consideration of policy can extenuate. Bishop Butler says, despicable as the Negroes may appear in our eyes, they are the creatures of God and of the race of mankind for whom Christ died, and it is inexcusable to keep them in ignorance of the end for which they were made and of the means whereby they may become partakers of the general redemption. Bishop Fortius says the Bible classes men stealers or slave traders among the murderers of fathers and mothers and the most profane criminals on earth. John Jay, Esquire, of the city of New York, a most exemplary Episcopalian, in a pamphlet entitled Thoughts on the Duty of the Episcopal Church in Relation to Slavery, says, alas, for the expectation that she would conform to the spirit of her ancient mother. She has not merely remained a mute and careless spectator of the great conflict of truth and justice with hypocrisy and cruelty, but her very priests and deacons may be seen ministering at the altar of slavery, offering their talents and influence at this unholy shrine, and openly repeating the awful blasphemy that the precepts of our Savior sanction the system of American slavery. Her northern clergy, with rare exceptions, whatever they may feel on the subject, rebuke it neither in public nor in private, and our periodicals, far from advancing the progress of abolition, at times oppose our societies, impliedly defending slavery as not compatible with Christianity, and occasionally withholding information useful to the cause of freedom. A writer in a late number of the Anti-Slavery Churchman, published in Geneva, Wisconsin, speaking of a certain portion of the New Testament, says, the passage of Paul places necessary work in the hands of gospel ministers. If they preach the whole gospel, they must preach what this passage enjoins. And if they do this, they must preach against American slavery. Its being connected with politics does not shield them. Political connections cannot place sin under protection. They cannot throw around it guards that the public teachers of morals may not pass. Sin is a violation of God's law, and God's law must be proclaimed and enforced at all hazards. This is the business of the messenger of God, and if anything stands in its way, it is his right. Rather, it is his solemn commission to go forward straightway to overpass the lines that would shut him out and utter his warnings. Many sins there are that in like manner might be shielded. Fashion and rank and business are doing their part to keep much sin and respectability and excuse it from the attacks of God's ministers. But what are these, that they should seal a minister's lips? What more are the wishes of politicians? For further testimony from this branch of the Christian system, if desired, we refer to the reader of the Reverend Dudley A. Tyng, the Reverend Evan M. Johnson, and the Reverend J. McNamara, all Broad Church Episcopalians whose magic eloquence and irresistible arguments bid fair at an early day to win over to the paths of progressive freedom, truth, justice, and humanity the greater number of their high and low church brethren. Baptist testimony. Concerning a certain text, the Reverend M. Brisbane, once a slaveholding Baptist in South Carolina, says, Paul was speaking of the law as having been made for men stealers. Where is the record of that? It is in Exodus 21, verse 16, and in these words, He that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his possession, shall surely be put to death. Here it will be perceived that it was a crime to sell the man, for which the seller must suffer death. But it was no less a crime to hold him as a slave, for this also was punishable with death. A man may be kidnapped out of slavery into freedom. There was no law against that. And why? Because kidnapping a slave and placing him in a condition of freedom was only to restore him to his lost rights. But if the man who takes him becomes a slaveholder or a slave seller, then he is a criminal liable to the penalty of death because he robs the man of liberty. Perhaps some will say this law was only applicable to the first holder of the slave. That is, the original kidnapper, but not to his successors, who might have purchased or inherited him. But what is kidnapping? Suppose I propose to a neighbor to give him a certain sum of money if he will steal a white child in Carolina and deliver him to me. He steals him, I pay him the money upon his delivering the child to me. Is it not my act as fully as his? Am I not also the thief? But does it alter the case whether I agree beforehand or not to pay him for the child? He steals him and then sells him to me. He is found by his parents in my hand. Will it avail me to say I purchased him and paid my money for him? Will it not be asked, do you not know that a white person is not merchantable? And shall I not have to pay the damage for detaining that child in my service as a slave? Assuredly, not only in the eyes of the law, but in the judgment of the whole community, I would be regarded as a criminal. So when one man steals another and offers him for sale, no one in view of divine law can buy him, for the reason that the divine law forbids that man shall in the first place be made a merchantable article. The inquiry must be, if I buy in violation of the divine law, and it will not do for me to plead that I bought him. I have him in possession, and that is enough. God condemns me for it as a man-stealer. My having him in possession is evidence against me, and the Mosaic law says, if he be found in my hands, I must die. Now, when Paul said the law was made for man-stealers, was it also not saying that the law was made for slaveholders? I am not intending to apply this term in harsh spirit, but I am bound, as I fear God, to speak what I am satisfied is the true meaning of the apostle. In his Elements of Moral Science, the Reverend Francis Wayland, D.D., one of the most erudite and distinguished Baptists now living, says, domestic slavery proceeds upon the principle that the master has a right to control the actions, physical and intellectual, of the slave for his own, that is, the master's individual benefit, and of course that the happiness of the master, when it comes in competition with the happiness of the slave, extinguishes in the latter the right to pursue it. It supposes at best that the relation between master and slave is not that which exists between man and man, but is a modification at least of that which exists between man and the brutes. Now, this manifestly supposes that the two classes of beings are created with dissimilar rights, that the master possesses rights which have never been conceded by the slave, and that a slave has no rights at all over the means of happiness which God has given him, whenever these means of happiness can be rendered available to the service of his master. It supposes that the Creator intended one human being to govern the physical, intellectual, and moral actions, as many other human beings as by purchase he can bring within his physical power, and that one human being may acquire a right to sacrifice the happiness of any number of other human beings for the purpose of promoting his own. Slavery thus violates the personal liberty of man as a physical, intellectual, moral being. It purports to give to the master a right to control the physical labor of the slave, not for the sake of the happiness of the slave, but for the sake of the happiness of the master. It subjects the amount of labor and the kind of labor and the remuneration for labor entirely to the will of one party, to the entire exclusion of the will of the other party. But if this right in the master over the slave be conceded, there are of course conceded all other rights necessary to ensure its possession. Hence, inasmuch as the slave can be held in this condition only while he remains in the lowest state of mental imbecility, it supposes the master to have the right to control his intellectual development just as far as may be necessary to ensure entire subjection. Thus, it supposes that the slave to have no right to use his intellect for the production of his own happiness, but only to use it in such manner as may conduce to his master's profit. And moreover, inasmuch as the acquisition of the knowledge of his duty to God could not be freely made without the acquisition of other knowledge which might, if universally diffused, endanger the control of his master, slavery supposes that the master to have the right to determine how much knowledge of his duty a slave shall obtain, the manner in which he shall obtain it, and the manner in which he shall discharge that duty after he shall have obtained a knowledge of it. It thus subjects the duty of man to God entirely to the will of man, and this for the sake of pecuniary profit. It renders the eternal happiness of the one party subservient to the temporal happiness of the other. And this principle is commonly carried into effect in slaveholding countries. If arguments were necessary to show that such a system as this must be at variance with the ordinance of God, it might be easily drawn from the effects which it produces upon both morals and national wealth. Its effects must be disastrous upon the morals of both parties by presenting objects on whom passion may be satisfied without resistance and without redress. It cultivates in the master pride, anger, cruelty, selfishness, and licentiousness. By accustoming the slave to subject his moral principles to the will of another, it tends to abolish in him all moral distinction, and thus fosters in him lying, deceit, hypocrisy, dishonesty, and a willingness to yield himself up to minister to the appetites of his master. The effects of slavery on national wealth may be easily seen from the following consideration. Instead of imposing upon all the necessity of labor, it restricts the number of laborers, that is, of producers, within the smallest possible limit by rendering labor disgraceful. It takes from the laborers the natural stimulus to labor, namely the desire in the individual of improving his condition, and substitutes in the place of it that motive which is the least operative and the least constant, namely the fear of punishment without the consciousness of moral delinquency. It removes as far as possible from both parties the disposition and the motives to frugality. Neither the master learns frugality from the necessity of labor, nor the slave from the benefits which it confers. And here, while the one party wastes from ignorance of the laws and acquisition, and the other because he can have no motive to economy, capital must accumulate but slowly, if indeed it accumulates at all. No country not of great fertility can long sustain a large slave population. Soils of more than ordinary fertility cannot sustain it long after the richness of the soil has been exhausted. Hence, slavery in this country is acknowledged to have impoverished many of our most valuable districts, and hence it is continually migrating from the older settlements to those new and untilled regions where the accumulated manure of centuries of vegetation has formed a soil whose productiveness may for a while sustain the system at variance with the laws of nature. Many of our free and our slaveholding states were peopled at about the same time. The slaveholding states had every advantage both in soil and climate over their neighbors, and yet the accumulation of capital has been greatly in favor of the latter. If anyone doubts whether this difference be owing to the use of slave labor, let him ask himself what would have been at the condition of the slaveholding states at this moment if they had been inhabited from the beginning by an industrious yeomanry, each one holding his own land and each one tilling it with the labor of his own hands. The moral precepts of the Bible are diametrically opposed to slavery. They are, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, and all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even unto them." The application of these precepts is universal. Our neighbor is every one whom we may benefit. The obligation respects all things whatsoever. The precept then manifestly extends to men as men in every condition, and if to all things whatsoever, certainly to a thing most so important as the right to personal liberty. Again, by this precept it is made our duty to cherish as tender and delicate a respect for the right which the meanest individual possesses over the means of happiness bestowed upon him by God, as we cherish for our own right over our own means of happiness, as we desire any other individual to cherish for it. Now, were this precept obeyed, it is manifest that slavery could not in fact exist for a single instant. The principle of the precept is absolutely subversive to the principle of slavery. That of one is the entire equality of right, that of other the entire absorption of the rights of one in the rights of another. If anyone doubts respecting the bearing of the Scripture precept upon this case, a few plain questions may throw additional light upon the subject. For instance, do the precepts and the spirit of the gospel allow me to derive my support from a system which exhorts labor from my fellow men without allowing them any voice in the equivalent which they shall receive, and which can only be sustained by keeping them in a state of mental degradation and by shutting them out in a great degree from the means of salvation? Would the master be willing that another person should subject him to slavery for the same reasons and on the same grounds that he holds his slave in bondage? Would the gospel allow us, if it were in our power, to reduce our fellow citizens of our own color to slavery? If the gospel be diametrically opposed to the principle of slavery, it must be opposed to the practice of slavery, and therefore, were the principles of the gospel fully adopted, slavery could not exist. The very course which the gospel takes on the subject seems to have been the only one that it could have taken in order to effect the universal abolition of slavery. The gospel was designed not for one race or for one time, but for all races and for all times. It looked not at the abolition of this form of evil for that age alone, but for its universal abolition. Hence, the important object of its author was to gain a lodgment in every part of the known world, so that, by its universal diffusion among all classes of society, it might quietly and peacefully modify and subdue the evil passions of men, and thus, without violence, work a revolution in the whole mass of mankind. If the system be wrong, as we have endeavored to show, if it be at variance for our duty both to God and to man, it must be abandoned. If it be asked when, I ask again, when shall a man begin to cease doing wrong? Is not the answer immediately? If a man is injuring us, do we ever doubt as to the time in which he ought to cease? There is then no doubt in respect to the time when we ought to cease inflicting injury upon others. Abraham Booth, an eminent theological writer of the Baptist persuasion, says, "I have not a stronger conviction of scarcely anything than that slaveholding, except when the slave has forfeited his liberty by crimes against society, is wicked and inconsistent with Christian character. To me, it is evident that whoever would purchase an innocent black man to make him a slave would, with equal readiness, purchase a white one for the same purpose, could he do it with equal impunity and no more disgrace. At a meeting of the General Committee, the Baptists of Virginia in 1789, the following resolution was offered by Elder John Leland and adopted. Resolved that slavery is a violent deprivation of the rights of nature inconsistent with republican government, and therefore we recommend it to our brethren to make use of every measure to extirpate this horrid evil from the land, and pray Almighty God that our honorable legislature may have it in their power to proclaim the great Jubilee consistent with the principles of good policy. Methodist testimony. John Wesley, the celebrated founder of Methodism, says, "Men buyers are exactly on a level with men stealers." Again, he says, "American slavery is the vilest that ever saw the sun. It constitutes the sum of all villainies." The learned Dr. Adam Clarke, author of a voluminous commentary on the Scriptures, says, "Slave dealers, whether those who carry on the traffic in human flesh and blood, or those who steal a person in order to sell him into bondage, or those who buy such stolen men or women, no matter of what color or of what country, or the nations who legalize or connive at such traffic, all these are men stealers, and God classes them with the most flagitious of mortals." One of the rules laid down in the Methodist discipline, as amended in 1784, was as follows: "Every member of our society who has slaves in his possession shall, within 12 months after notice given to him by the assistant, legally execute and record an instrument whereby he emancipates and sets free every slave in his possession." Another rule was in these words: "No person holding slaves shall in future be admitted into the society or to the Lord's Supper till he previously complies with these rules concerning slavery." The answer to the question, "What shall be done with those who buy or sell slaves or give them away?" is couched in the following language: "They are immediately to be expelled unless they buy them on purpose to free them." In 1785, the voice of this church was heard as follows: "We do hold in the deepest abhorrence the practice of slavery, and shall not cease to seek its destruction by all wise and prudent means." In 1797, the discipline contained the following wholesome paragraph: "The preachers and other members of our society are requested to consider the subject of Negro slavery with deep attention, and that they impart to the General Conference, through the medium of the yearly conference or otherwise, any important thoughts on the subject, that the conference may have full light in order to take further steps toward eradicating this enormous evil from the part of the Church of God with which they are connected. The annual conference are directed to draw up addresses for the gradual emancipation of the slaves to the legislature of those states in which no general laws have been passed for that purpose. These addresses shall urge, in their most respectful but pointed manner, the necessity of a law for the gradual emancipation of slaves. Proper committees shall be appointed by the annual conference, one of the most respectable of our friends, for conducting the business, and presiding elders, deacons, and traveling preachers shall procure as many proper signatures as possible to the addresses, and give all the assistance in their power in every respect to aid the committees and to forward the blessed undertaking. Let this be continued from year to year till the desired end be accomplished." Catholic testimony. It has been only about 20 years since Pope Gregory XVI immortalized himself by issuing the famous bull against slavery, from which the following is an extract: "Placed as we are on the supreme seat of the apostles, and acting, though by no merit of our own, as the vice-regent of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, who through his great mercy condescended to make himself a man and to die for the redemption of the world, we regard as a duty devolving on our pastoral functions that we endeavor to turn aside our faithful flocks entirely from the inhuman traffic in Negroes or any other human beings whatever. In progress of time, as the clouds of heathen superstition becomes gradually dispersed, circumstances reach that point that during several centuries there were no slaves allowed among the great majority of Christian nations, but with grief we are compelled to add that there afterward arose, even among the faithful, a race of men who, basely blinded by the appetite and desire of sordid lucre, did not hesitate to reduce in remote regions of the earth Indians, Negroes, and other wretched beings to the misery of slavery, or finding the trade established and augmented, to assist the shameful crimes of others. Nor did many of the most glorious of the Roman pontiffs omit severely to reprove their conduct as injurious to the soul's health and disgraceful to the Christian name. Among these may be especially quoted the bull of Paul III, who bears the date of the 29th of May, 1537, addressed to the Cardinal Archbishop of Toledo, and another still more comprehensive by Urban VIII, dated the 22nd of April, 1636, to the Collector Jurius of the Apostolic Chamber in Portugal, most severely castigating by name those who presume to subject either East or West Indians to slavery, to sell, buy, exchange, or give them away, to separate them from their wives and children, to spoil them of their goods and property, to bring or transmit them to other places, or by any means to deprive them of liberty or to retain them in slavery, also most severely castigating those who should presume or dare to afford counsel, aid, favor, or assistance under any pretext or borrowed color to those doing the aforesaid, or should preach or teach that it is lawful, or should otherwise presume to dare to cooperate by any possible means with the aforesaid. Wherefore we, desiring to divert this disgrace from the whole confines of Christianity, having summoned several of our venerable brothers, the eminences, the cardinals of the Holy Roman Church, to our council, and having maturely deliberated on the whole matter, pursuing the footsteps of our predecessors, admonished by our apostolical authority, and urgently invoke, in the name of the Lord, all Christians of whatever condition, that none henceforth dare to subject to slavery, unjustly persecute, or despoil of their goods Indians, Negroes, or other classes of men, or be accessories to others, or furnish them aid or assistance in doing so, and on no account henceforth to exercise that inhuman traffic by which Negroes are reduced to slavery, as if they were not men, but automata or chattel, and are sold in defiance of all the laws of justice and humanity, and devoted to severe and intolerable labors. We further reprobate by our apostolical authority all the above described offenses as utterly unworthy of the Christian name, and by the same authority we rigidly prohibit and interdict all and every individual, whether ecclesiastical or laical, from presuming to defend that commerce in Negro slaves under the pretense or borrowed color, or to teach or publish in any manner, publicly or privately, things contrary to the admonitions which we have given in these letters. And finally, that these our letters may be rendered more apparent to all, and that no person may allege any ignorance thereof, we decree and order that it shall be published according to custom, and copies thereof be properly affixed to the gates of St. Peter and of the apostolic chancel, every and in like manner to the general courts of Mount Citerio, and in the fields of Campus Flore, and also throughout the city, by one of our heralds, according to aforesaid custom, given at Rome at the palace of Santa Maria Major, under the seal of the fishermen, on the 3rd day of December, 1837, and in the 9th year of our pontificate, countersigned by Cardinal A. Lamborghini. We have already quoted the language of Pope Leo X, who says, "Not only does the Christian religion, but nature herself cry out against the state of slavery." The Abbé Raynal says, "He who supports slavery is the enemy of the human race. He divides it into two societies of legal assassins, the oppressors and the oppressed. I shall not be afraid to cite the tribunal of reason and justice, those governments which tolerate this cruelty, or which even are not ashamed to make it the basis of their power." From the proceedings of a Massachusetts anti-slavery convention in 1855, we make the following extract. Henry Kemp, a Roman Catholic, came forward to defend the Roman Church. In reply to Mr. Foster, he claimed that the Catholic Church is thoroughly anti-slavery, as thoroughly as even his friend Foster. Thus manfully do men of pure hearts and noble minds, whether in church or state, and without regard to sect or party, lift up their voices against the wicked and pernicious institution of human slavery. Thus they speak, and thus they are obliged to speak, if they speak truth at all. It is only the voice of nature, justice, truth, and love that issues from them. The divine principle in man prompts him to speak and strike for freedom. The diabolical principle within him prompts to speak and strike for slavery. From these churches, which are now, as all churches ought to be and will be ere the world becomes Christianized, thoroughly imbued with the principles of freedom, we do not, as already intimated, deem it particularly necessary to bring forward new arguments in opposition to slavery. If, however, the reader would be pleased to hear from the churches to which we chiefly allude, and by the by we hear from them with much profit to himself, we respectfully refer him to Henry Ward Beecher, George B. Cheever, Joseph P. Thompson, Theodore Parker, E. H. Chapin, and H. W. Bellows of the North, and to M. D. Conway, John J. Fee, James S. Davis, Daniel Wilson, and W. E. Lincoln of the South. All these reverend gentlemen, ministers of different denominations, feel it their duty to preach against slavery, and to their honor be it said, they do preach against it with unabated zeal and success. Our earnest prayer is that heaven may enable them, their contemporaries and successors, to preach against it with such energy and effect as will cause it to disappear forever from the soil of the Republic. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Impending Crisis of the South, How to Meet It by Hinton Helper. Chapter 7, Bible Testimony. Every person who has read the Bible and who has a proper understanding of its leading moral precepts feels in his own conscience that it is only the original and complete anti-slavery textbook. In a crude state of society, in a barbarous age when men were in a manner destitute of wholesome laws, either human or divine, it is possible that a mild form of slavery may have been tolerated and even regulated as an institution, clothed with the importance of temporary recognition, but the deity never approved it, and for the very reason that it is impossible for him to do wrong, he never will, never can approve it. The worst system of servitude, of which we have any account in the Bible, and by the way, it furnishes no account of anything so bad as slavery, the evil one in his hot home alone excepted, was far less rigorous and atrocious than that now established in the southern states of this Confederacy. And that means the United States, because this is before the Civil War. Even that system, however, the worst, which seems to have been practiced to a considerable extent by those venerable old fogies, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, was one of the monstrous inventions of Satan that God winked at. And to the mind of the biblical scholar, nothing can be more evident than that he determined of old that it should in due time be abolished. To say that the Bible sanctions slavery is to say that the sun loves darkness. To say that one man was created to domineer over another is to call into question the justice, mercy, and the goodness of God. We will now listen to a limited number of the precepts and sayings of the Old Testament. Proclaim liberty throughout the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. Let the oppressed go free. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until morning. Envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. Execute judgment and justice. Take away your exactions from my people, saith the Lord God. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, ye have not hearkened unto me in proclaiming liberty, every one to his brother, and every man to his neighbor. Behold, I proclaim a liberty for you, saith the Lord, to the sword, to the pestilence, and to the famine, and I will make you to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. He that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, shall surely be put to death. Whoso stoppeth his ears at the cry of the poor, he shall also cry, but shall not be heard. He that oppresseth the poor reproacheth his Maker. I will be a swift witness against the sorcerers, and against the adulterers, and against the false swearers, and against those that oppress the hireling in his wages, the widow, and the fatherless, and that turn aside the stranger from his right, and fear not me, saith the Lord of hosts. As the partridge setteth on eggs, and hatcheth them not, so he that getteth riches, and not by right, shall leave them in the midst of his days, and at the end shall be a fool. And now we will listen to a few selected precepts and sayings of the New Testament. Call no man master, neither be ye called masters. All things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. Be kindly affectionate one to another with brotherly love, in honor preferring one another. Do good to all men as ye have opportunity. Stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Christ has made you free, and be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage. If thou mayest be made free, use it rather. The laborer is worthy of his hire. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Some years ago, a clerical lickspittle of the slave power had the temerity to publish a book or pamphlet entitled Bible Defense of Slavery, in which the Baltimore Sun, in the course of caustic criticism, handled in the following manner. Bible Defense of Slavery, there is no such thing as a Bible defense of slavery at the present day. Slavery in the United States is a social institution originating in the convenience and cupidity of our ancestors, existing by state laws and recognized to a certain extent for the recovery of slave property by the Constitution, and nobody would pretend that if it were inexpedient and unprofitable for any man or any state to continue to hold slaves, they would be bound to do so on the ground of a Bible defense of it. Slavery is recorded in the Bible and approved with many degrading characteristics. War is recorded in the Bible and it is approved under what seems to us the extreme of cruelty. But are slavery and war to endure forever because we find them in the Bible? Or are they to cease at once and forever because the Bible inculcates peace and brotherhood? Thus, in the last 5 chapters inclusive, have we introduced a mass of anti-slavery arguments, human and divine, that will stand irrefutable and convincing as long as the earth itself shall continue to revolve in its orbit. Aside from unaffected truthfulness and candor, no merit is claimed for anything we have said on our own account, with the best of motives, and in the language of nature more than that of art. We have simply given utterance to the honest convictions of our heart, being impelled to it by a long-harbored and unmistakable sense of duty which grew stronger and deeper as the days passed away. If half the time which has been spent in collecting and arranging these testimonies had been occupied in the composition of original matter, the weight of paper and binding and the numbering of pages would have been much greater, but the value and the effect of the contents would have been far less. From the first, our leading motive has been to convince our fellow citizens of the South, non-slaveholders and slaveholders, that slavery, whether considered in all its bearings or setting aside the moral aspect of the question and looking at it in only a pecuniary point of view, is impolitic, unprofitable, and degrading. How well thus far we have succeeded in our undertaking, time will perhaps fully disclose. In the words of a contemporaneous German writer, whose language we readily and heartily endorse, it is the shame of our age that argument is needed against slavery. Taking things as they are, however, argument being needed, we have offered it, but we have offered it from such sources as will, in our honest opinion, confound the devil and his incarnate confederates. These testimonies, culled from the accumulated wisdom of nearly 6,000 centuries, beginning with the great and good men of our time and running back through distant ages to St. Paul, St. John, and St. Luke, to Cicero, Plato, and Socrates, to David, Solomon, and Moses, and even to the deity himself, are the pillars of strength and beauty upon which the popularity of our work will, in all probability, be principally based. If the ablest writers of the Old Testament, if the eloquent prophets of the Old, if the renowned philosophers of Greece and Rome, if the heavenly-minded authors and compilers of the New Testament, if the illustrious poets and prose writers, heroes, statesmen, sages of all nations, ancient and modern, if God himself and the hosts of learned ministers whom he has commissioned to proclaim his word, if all these are wrong, then we are wrong. On the other hand, however, if they are right, we are right. For in effect, we only repeat and endeavor to enforce their precepts. If we are in error, we desire to be corrected. And if it is not asking too much, we respectfully request the advocates of slavery to favor us with an expose of what they, in their one-sided view of things, conceive to be the advantages of their favorite and peculiar institution. Such an expose, if skillfully executed, would doubtless be regarded as the funniest novel of the times, a fit production, if not too immoral in its tendencies to be incorporated into the next edition of Disraeli's Curiosities of Literature. That is the end of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, Free Fighter Figures and Slaves. Under this heading, we propose to introduce the remainder of the more important statistics of the free and slave states, especially those that relate to commerce, manufactures, internal improvements, education, and religion. Originally, it was our intention to devote a separate chapter to each of the industrial and moral interests above named, but other considerations have so greatly encroached on our space that we are compelled to modify our design. To the thoughtful and discriminating reader, however, the chief statistics which follows will be none the less interesting for not being the subjects of annotation. At present, all we ask of pro-slavery men, no matter in what part of the world they may reside, is to look at these figures fairly in the face. We wish them to do it, in the first instance, not on the platforms of public debate, where the exercise of eloquence is too often characterized by the violent passions and subterfuge, but in their own private apartments, where no eye save that of the all-seeing one will rest upon them, and where, in considering the relations which they sustain to the past, the present, and the future, an opportunity will be afforded them of securing that most valuable of all possessions attainable on earth, a conscience void of offense toward God and man. Each separate table or particular compilation of statistics will afford food for at least an hour's profitable reflection. Indeed, the more these figures are studied and the better they are understood, the sooner will the author's object be accomplished, the sooner will the genius of universal liberty dispel the dark clouds of slavery. Now, from page 283 until 297, it's pretty much all statistics on there. If you want to look at it, I'll put the link under the video so you can look at those if you're curious about it. But these are old statistics, obviously, but Helper put these on his in his book to prove his point. But on page 298, he begins to speak again here about men who claimed that it was too hot for white people to survive working outside in the subtropical environment of the South. And he asks, too hot in the South and too unhealthy there? White men can't stand it. Negroes only can endure the heat of the southern climes. How often are our ears insulted with such wickedly false assertions as these? In what degree of latitude, pray tell us, in what degree of latitude do the rays of the sun become too caloric for white men? Certainly in no part of the United States, for in the extreme South we find a very large number of non-slaveholding whites over the age of 15 who derive their entire support from manual labor in the open fields. The sun, that bugbear of slaveholding demagogues, shone on more than 1 million of free white laborers, mostly agriculturists, in the slave states in 1850, exclusive of those engaged in commerce, trade, manufacture, the mechanic arts, and mining. Of course, at this time, the majority of white men in the South were farmers. Yet, notwithstanding all these instances of exposure to his wrath, we have had no intelligence whatever of a single case of coup de soleil. Alabama is not too hot. 67,000 white sons of toil till her soil. Mississippi is not too hot. 55,000 free white laborers are hopeful devotees of her outdoor pursuits. Texas is not too hot. 47,000 free white person males over the age of 15 daily perform their rural vocations amidst her unsheltered air. It is stated on good authority that in January 1856, native ice 3 inches thick was found in Galveston Bay. We have seen it 10 inches thick in North Carolina, with the mercury in the thermometer at 2 degrees below zero. In January 1857, while the snow was from 3 to 5 feet deep in many parts of North Carolina, the thermometer indicated a degree of coldness seldom exceeded in any state of the Union, 13 degrees below zero. The truth is, instead of it being too hot in the South for white men, it is too cold for Negroes, and we long to see the day arrive when the latter shall have entirely receded from their uncongenial homes in America and given full and undivided place to the former. Too hot in the South for white men. It is not too hot for white women. Time and again in different countries. In North Carolina, we have seen the poor white wife of the poor white husband following him in the harvest field from morning till night, binding up the grain as it fell from his cradle. In the immediate neighborhood from which we hail, there Not less than 30 young women, non-slaveholding whites between the ages of 15 and 25, some of whom are so well known to us that we could call them by name, who labor in the fields every summer. Two of them in particular, near neighbors to our mother, are in the habit of hiring themselves out during harvest time, the very hottest season of the year, to bind wheat and oats, each of them keeping up with the reaper, and this for the paltry consideration of 25 cents per day. That any respectable man, any man with a heart or soul in his composition, can look upon these poor toiling white women without feeling indignant at that accursed system of slavery which has entailed on them miseries of poverty, ignorance, and degradation, we shall not do ourselves the violence to believe, if they and their husbands and their sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, are not righted in some of the more important particulars in which they have been wrong, the fault shall lie at other doors than our own. In their behalf chiefly have we written and compiled this work, and until our object shall have been accomplished, or until life shall have been extinguished there, shall be no abatement in our efforts to aid them in regaining their natural and inalienable prerogatives, out of which they have been so infamously swindled. We want to see no more plowing or hoeing or raking or grain binding by white women in the southern states. Employment in cotton mills and other factories would be far more profitable and congenial to them, and this they shall have within a short period after slavery shall have been abolished. Too hot in the South for white men. What is this testimony of reliable Southerns themselves? Says Cassius M. Clay of Kentucky. In the extreme south of New Orleans, the laboring men, the stevedores, and hackmen on the levee, where the heat is intensified by the proximity of the red brick buildings, are all white men, and they are in the full enjoyment of health. But how about cotton? I am informed by a friend of mine, himself a slaveholder, and therefore good authority, that in northwestern Texas, among the German settlements who, true to their national instincts, will not employ the labor of a slave, they produce more cotton to the acre, and of a better quality, and selling at prices from a cent to a cent and a half a pound higher than that produced by slave labor. Says Governor Hammond of South Carolina, the steady heat of our summers is not so prostrating as the short but frequent and sudden bursts of northern summers. In an extract which may be found in our second chapter, and to which we respectfully refer the reader, it will be seen that this same South Carolinian, speaking of not less than 50,000 non-slave-holding whites, says, most of these now follow agricultural pursuits. Says Dr. Cartwright of New Orleans, here in New Orleans, the larger part of the drudgery work requiring exposure to the sun is railroad making, street paving, dray driving, ditching, and building is performed by white people. To the statistical tables which show the number of deaths in the free and the slave states in 1850, we would direct special attention. Those persons, particularly the propagandists of Negro slavery, who heretofore have been so dreadfully exercised on account of what they have been pleased to term the insalubrity of southern climes, will there find something to allay their fearful apprehensions. A critical examination of said tables will disclose the fact that in proportion to population, deaths occur more frequently in Massachusetts than in any southern state except Louisiana, more frequently in New York than in any southern state except Maryland, Missouri, Kentucky, Louisiana, and Texas, more frequently in New Jersey and Pennsylvania and in Ohio than in either Georgia, Florida, or Alabama. Leaving Wisconsin and Louisiana out of the account and then comparing the bills of mortality with the remaining northern states with those in the remaining southern states, we find the difference decidedly in favor of the latter. For according to this calculation, while the ratio of deaths is as only 1 to 74.60 of the living population in the southern states, it is as 1 to 72.39 in the northern. Says Dr. G.C. Knott of Mobile, heat, moisture, animal and vegetable matter are said to be the elements which produce the diseases of the South, and yet the testimony is proof of the health of the banks of the lower portion of the Mississippi River is too strong to be doubted. Not only the river itself, but also the numerous bayous which meander through Louisiana. Here is a perfectly flat alluvial country covering several hundred miles, interspersed with interminable lakes, lagoons, and jungles, and still we are informed by Dr. Cartwright, one of the most acute observers of the day, that this country is exempt from miasmic disorders and is extremely healthy. His assertion has been confirmed to me by hundreds of witnesses, and we know from our own observation that the population present a robust and healthy appearance. But the best part is yet to come. In spite of all the blatant assertions of the oligarchy that the climate of the South was arranged expressly for the Negroes and that the Negroes were created expressly to inhabit it as healthful servitors of other men, it carefully kept a register of all the deaths that occurred in Charleston, South Carolina, for the space of 6 years, shows that even in that locality, which is generally regarded as so unhealthy, the annual mortality was much greater among the blacks in proportion to the population than among the whites. Dr. Knott himself shall state the facts. He says, the average mortality for the last 6 years in Charleston for all ages 1 to 51, including all classes, blacks alone 1 in 44, whites alone 1 in 58, a very remarkable result certainly. The mortality is perhaps not an unfair test, as the population during the last 6 years has been undisturbed by immigration and acclimed in a greater proportion than at any former period. What he's saying is, because the South had very little in-migration after the early 1700s, that it bred a population of white men who were bred to the climate. In other words, basically they evolved down there to deal with the climate, so their bodies are more sturdy to deal with really hot climates. And anybody who grew up in the South will tell you that. You're built for it down there. Numerous other authorities might be cited in proof of the general healthiness of the climate south of the Mason-Dixon line. Of 127 remarkable cases of American longevity published in a recent edition of Blake's Biographical Dictionary, 68 deceased centurions are credited to the southern states and 59 to the northern, the list being headed with Betsy Trantham of Tennessee, a white woman who died in 1834 at the extraordinarily advanced age of 154 years. Now that's what Helper said about it. Now her grave is a very famous grave in Tennessee. It is located in Maury County, Tennessee. And it said on here, this was on Find a Grave, and it said, known as Mrs. Methuselah, born in Germany in 1686 and died in Maury County, Tennessee, 1834. According to tradition, Betsy Trantham, who lived to be, now it says here, 149 years old, was buried here in an unmarked grave. She had made medical history when she had her 12th child at the age of 65. Article from an unknown newspaper. Amazing American lived nearly 150 years and in 3 centuries. Betsy Trantham lived in 3 centuries, the 17th, 18th, and 19th, in which she died around 150 years old. It said she was born in Germany in 1686, and in 1702 she immigrated to the New World, settling in Virginia. It said she married twice and had 12 children. It said an 1820 census document mentions Betsy at the home of her son-in-law and noted that her age at the time was over 120. Now, obviously, there's no way that can be verified because there were no birth certificates in those days. But again, stranger things have happened. And then the next table on here is on page 304. It says Table 57, Natives of the Slave States and the Free States, and Natives of the Free States and the Slave States, 1850. And it said this last table, compiled from the 116th page of the Compendium of the Seventh Census, shows in a most lucid and startling manner how Negroes, slavery, and slaveholders are driving the native non-slaveholding whites away from their homes and keeping at a distance other decent people. From the South, the tide of emigration still flows in a westerly and northwesterly direction, and it will continue to do so until slavery is abolished. The following remarks, which we extract from an editorial article that appear in the Memphis Bulletin near the close of the year 1856, are worth considering in this connection. We have never before observed so large a number of immigrants going westward as are crossing the river at this point daily, the 2 ferry boats, sometimes 3, going crowded from early morn until the boats cease making their trips at night. It is no uncommon sight to see from 20 to 40 wagons encamped on the bluff for the night, notwithstanding there has been a steady stream going across the river all day, and yet the cry is, "Still they come." About the same time, the Cassville, Georgia Standard spoke with surprise of the multitude of emigrants crowding the streets of that town bound for the far west. Professor B. S. Hendrick, late of Chapel Hill, North Carolina, says, Of my neighbors, friends, and kindred, nearly one half have left the state since I was old enough to remember. Many is the times I have stood by the loaded emigrant wagon and given the parting hand to those whose faces I was never to look upon again. They were going to seek homes in the free West, knowing as they did that free and slave labor could not both exist and prosper in the same community. If anyone thinks that I speak without knowledge, let him refer to the last census. He will find that in 1850 there were 58,000 native North Carolinians living in the free states of the West, 33,000 in Indiana alone. There were at the same time 180,000 Virginians living in the free states. Now, if these people were so much in love with the institution, why did they not remain where they could enjoy its blessings? From my knowledge of the people of North Carolina, I believe that the majority of them who will go to Kansas during the next 5 years would prefer that it should be a free state. I am sure that if I were to go there, I should vote to exclude slavery. For daring to have political opinions of his own, and because he did not deem it his duty to conceal the fact that he loved liberty better than slavery, the gallant author of the extract above quoted was peremptorily dismissed from his post of analytical and agricultural chemist at the University of North Carolina, ignominiously subjected to the indignities of a mob, and then savagely driven beyond the borders of his native state. His villainous persecutors, if not called to settle their accounts in another world within the next 10 years, will probably survive to repent of the enormity of their pro-slavery folly. Now it has table number 58, value of the slaves at $400 per head, 1850. And he says at the below, if you can look at that if you want to, I'll put the link to the book. Tables 34 and 35 show that on account of the pitiable poverty and ignorance of slavery, the males were transported through the southern states during the year 1855 at an extra cost to the general government of more than $600,000. In the free states, postages were received to the amount of more than $2 million over and above the cost of transportation. To Dr. G. Bailey, editor of the National Era, Washington City, D.C., we are indebted for the following useful and interesting statistics to which some of our readers will doubtless have frequent occasion to refer. Presidents of the United States: George Washington, Virginia; John Adams, Massachusetts; Thomas Jefferson, Virginia; James Madison, Virginia; James Monroe, Virginia; John Quincy Adams, Massachusetts; Andrew Jackson, Tennessee, born in South Carolina; Martin Van Buren, New York; William Henry Harrison, Ohio, born in Virginia; James K. Polk, Tennessee, born in North Carolina; Zachary Taylor, Louisiana, born in Virginia; Franklin Pierce, New Hampshire; James Buchanan, Pennsylvania. At the close of the term for which Mr. Buchanan is elected, remember this is prior to the Civil War, it will have been 72 years since the organization of the present government. In that period, there have been 18 elections for president, the candidates chosen in 12 of them being Southern and slaveholders, and 6 of them being Northern men and non-slaveholders. No Northern man has ever been re-elected, but 5 Southern men have been thus honored. General Harrison of Ohio, Virginia native, died 1 month after his inauguration. General Taylor of Louisiana, now he got this wrong because he said about 4 months after his inauguration, but Zachary Taylor actually served about a year and a half. In the former case, John Tyler of Virginia became acting president. In the latter, Millard Fillmore of New York. Of the 72 years closing with Mr. Buchanan's term, should he live it out, Southern men and slaveholders have occupied the presidential chair 48 years and 3 months, or a little more than 2/3 of the time. The Supreme Court. The judicial districts are organized so as to give 5 judges to the slave and 4 to the free, although the population, wealth, and business of the latter are far in advance of those of the former. The arrangement affords, however, an excuse for constituting the Supreme Court with a majority of judges from the slave-holding states. Members: Chief Justice Roger Brooke Taney of Maryland, Associate Justice J.M. Wayne, Georgia; John Catron, Tennessee; P.V. Daniel, Virginia; John A. Campbell, Alabama; John McLean, Ohio; S. Nelson, New York; R.C. Greer, Pennsylvania; B.R. Curtis, Massachusetts; Reporter B.C. Howard, Maryland; Clerk W.T. Carroll, Washington, D.C. Secretaries of State. The highest office in the cabinet is that of the Secretary of State, who has under his charge the foreign relations of the country. Since the year 1789, there have been 22 appointments to the office, 14 from slave states, 8 from free. Or counting by years, the post has been filled by Southern men and slaveholders very nearly 40 years out of 67 as follows. Thomas Jefferson, Virginia. E. Randolph, Virginia. T. Pickering, Massachusetts. John Marshall, Virginia. James Madison, Virginia. R. Smith, Maryland. James Monroe, Virginia. John Quincy Adams, Massachusetts. Henry Clay, Kentucky. Martin Van Buren, New York. E. Livingston, Louisiana. Lewis McLean, Delaware. J. Forsyth, Georgia. Daniel Webster, Massachusetts. A. P. Upshur, Virginia. J. C. Calhoun, South Carolina. James Buchanan, Pennsylvania. J. M. Clayton, Delaware. Daniel Webster, Massachusetts. E. Everett, Massachusetts. W. L. Marcy, New York. Presidents pro tem of the Senate. Since the year 1809, every president pro tem of the Senate of the United States has been a Southern man and a slaveholder, with the exception of Samuel T. Southard of New Jersey, who held the office for a very short time, and Mr. Bright of Indiana, who has held it for 1 or 2 sessions, we believe, having been elected, however, as a known adherent of slave interests, believed to be interested in slave property. And he lists the different speakers of the House of Representatives. F. A. Muhlenberg, Pennsylvania. J. Trumbull, Connecticut. F. A. Muhlenberg, Pennsylvania. Jonathan Dayton, New Jersey. Theodore Sedgwick, Massachusetts. Nathaniel Macon, North Carolina. J. B. Varnum, Massachusetts. Henry Clay, Kentucky. Langdon Cheves, South Carolina. Henry Clay, Kentucky. J. W. Taylor, New York. P. B. Barber, Virginia. Henry Clay, Kentucky. J. W. Taylor, New York. A. Stevenson, Virginia. John Bell, Tennessee. James K. Polk, Tennessee. R. M. T. Hunter, Virginia. John White, Tennessee. J. W. Jones, Virginia. J. W. Davis, Indiana. R. C. Winthrop, Massachusetts. Hal Cobb, Georgia. Lynn Boyd, Kentucky. Nathaniel P. Banks, Massachusetts. Postmaster Generals. S. Osgood, Massachusetts. T. Pickering, Massachusetts. J. Habersham, Georgia. J. Granger, Connecticut. R. J. Meigs, Ohio. John McLean, Ohio. W. T. Berry, Kentucky. A. Kendall, Kentucky. J. M. Niles, Connecticut. F. Granger, New York. C. A. Whitcliffe, Kentucky. C. Johnson, Tennessee. J. Calamer, Vermont. N. K. Hall, New York. S. D. Hubbard, Connecticut. J. Campbell, Pennsylvania. Sectionalism does not seem to have much to do with this department or with that of the Interior, created in 1848-1849. T. Ewing, Ohio. J. Pierce, Maryland. T. M. T. McKinnon, Pennsylvania. A. H. H. Stewart, Virginia. R. McClelland, Michigan. And then he's listing the attorney generals here. Edmund Randolph, Virginia. W. Bradford, Pennsylvania. C. Lee, Virginia. T. Parsons, Massachusetts. L. Lincoln, Massachusetts. R. Smith, Maryland. J. Breckinridge, Kentucky. C. A. Rodney, Pennsylvania. W. Pickney, Maryland. R. Rush, Pennsylvania. W. Wirt, Virginia. J. McPherson Berrien, Georgia. Roger B. Taney, Maryland. B. F. Butler, New York. R. F. Grundy, Tennessee. H. D. Gilpin, Pennsylvania. J. Crittenden, Kentucky. H. S. Legrier, South Carolina. John Nelson, Maryland. J. Y. Mason, Virginia. N. Clifford, Maine. Isaac Townsend, Connecticut. R. Johnson, Maryland. J. J. Crittenden, Kentucky. C. Cushing, Massachusetts. Secretaries of the Treasury. The post of the Secretary of Treasury, although one of great importance, requires financial abilities of higher order, which are more frequently found in the North than in the South, and affords little opportunity for influencing general politics or the questions springing out of slavery. We need not therefore be surprised to learn that Northern men have been allowed to discharge its duties some 48 years out of 67 as follows. Alexander Hamilton, New York. Wolcott, Connecticut. Dexter, Massachusetts. A. Gallatin, Pennsylvania. G. W. Campbell, Tennessee. A. J. Dallas, Pennsylvania. W. H. Crawford, Georgia. R. Rush, Pennsylvania. S. D. Ingham, Pennsylvania. L. McLean, Delaware. W. J. Duane, Pennsylvania. Roger B. Taney, Maryland. L. Woodbury, New Hampshire. Thomas Ewing, Ohio. W. Forward, Pennsylvania. J. C. Spencer, New York. J. M. Bibb, Kentucky. R. J. Walker, Mississippi. W. M. Meredith, Pennsylvania. Thomas Corwin, Ohio. James Guthrie, Kentucky. Secretaries of War and of the Navy. The slaveholders, since March 8, 1841, a period of nearly 16 years, have taken almost exclusive supervision of the Navy, Northern men having occupied the secretariatship only 2 years, nor has any Northern man been Secretary of War since 1849. Considering that nearly all of the shipping belongs to the Free States, which also supply the seamen, it does seem remarkable the slaveholders should have monopolized for the last 16 years control of the Navy. Secretaries of War: Henry Knox, Massachusetts; T. Pickering, Massachusetts; J. McHenry, Maryland; J. Marshall, Virginia; S. Dexter, Massachusetts; R. Griswold, Connecticut; H. Dearborn, Massachusetts; W. Eustis, Massachusetts; J. Armstrong, New York; James Monroe, Virginia; W. H. Crawford, Georgia; G. Graham, Virginia; J. Shelby, Kentucky; J. C. Calhoun, South Carolina; J. Barber, Virginia; P. B. Porter, Pennsylvania; J. H. Eaton, Tennessee; Lewis Cass, Ohio; B. F. Butler, New York; J. R. Poinsett, South Carolina; James Bell, Tennessee; John McLean, Ohio; J. C. Spencer, New York; J. W. Porter, Pennsylvania; W. Wilkins, Pennsylvania; William L. Marcy, New York; J. W. Crawford, Georgia; E. Bates, Missouri; C. M. Conrad, Louisiana; J. C. Dobbins, North Carolina. Secretaries of the Navy: G. Cabot, Massachusetts; R. Stoddard, Massachusetts; R. Smith, Maryland; J. Crowninshield, Massachusetts; P. Hamilton, South Carolina; W. Jones, Pennsylvania; B. W. Crowninshield, Massachusetts; Smith Thompson, New York; John Rogers, Massachusetts; S. L. Southard, New Jersey; John Branch, North Carolina; L. Woodbury, New Hampshire; M. Dickerson, New Jersey; J. K. Paulding, New York; G. F. Badger, North Carolina; A. P. Upshur, Virginia; D. Henshaw, Massachusetts; T. W. Gilmer, Virginia; James Y. Mason, Virginia; J. E. Bancroft, Massachusetts; J. Y. Mason, Virginia; W. B. Preston, Virginia; W. A. Graham, North Carolina; J. P. Kennedy, Maryland; J. C. Dobbin, North Carolina. Recapitulation. Presidency: Southern men and slaveholders 48 years 3 months; Northern men 23 years 9 months. Pro tem presidency of the Senate since 1809 held by Southern men and slaveholders except for 3 or 4 sessions by Northern men. Speakership of the House filled by Southern men and slaveholders 43 years, Northern men 25. Supreme Court, a majority of the judges, including the Chief Justice, Southern men and slaveholders. Secretaryship of State filled by Southern men and slaveholders 40 years, Northern 27. Attorney Generalship filled by Southern men and slaveholders 42 years, Northern men 25. War and Navy. Secretaryship of the Navy, Southern men and slaveholders the last 16 years with an interval of 2 years. William Henry Hurlbut of South Carolina, a gentleman of enviable literary attainments and one from whom we may expect the continuation of good service in the eminently holy crusade now going on against slavery and the devil, furnished not long since to the Edinburgh Review, in the course of a long and highly interesting article, the following summary of oligarchical usurpations showing that slaveholders have occupied the principal posts of the government nearly 2/3 of the time. President, 11 out of 16. Judges of the Supreme Court, 17 out of 28. Attorney Generals, 14 out of 19. Presidents of the Senate, 61 out of 77. Speakers of the House, 21 out of 33. Foreign ministers, 80 out of 134. As a matter of general interest, and as a showing that while there have been but 11 non-slaveholders directly before the people as candidates for the presidency, there have been at least 16 slaveholders who were willing to serve their country in the capacity of chief magistrate. The following table may here be introduced. Results of the presidential elections of the United States from 1796 to 1856. 1796, John Adams, this is electoral votes. John Adams, 71. Thomas Jefferson, 68. 1800. Thomas Jefferson, 73. John Adams, 64. 1804. Thomas Jefferson, 162. Charles C. Pinckney, 14. 1808. James Madison, 128. Charles C. Pinckney, 45. 1812. James Madison, 122. DeWitt Clinton, 89. 1816. James Monroe, 183. Rufus King, 34. 1820. James Monroe ran with no opposition but 1 vote. James Monroe had 218 electoral votes. 1824. Andrew Jackson, 99. John Quincy Adams, 84. W.H. Crawford, 41. Henry Clay, 37. That was the election that Henry Clay, through all his support, and John Quincy Adams won. 1828. Andrew Jackson got 178 electoral votes. John Quincy Adams, 83. 1832. There was 4 different men running for president that year. Andrew Jackson, of course, won re-election, 219 votes. Henry Clay, 49. John Floyd, 11. William Wirt, 7. 1836, you again had a huge field of presidents running. Martin Van Buren won the election with 170 electoral votes. Behind that, William Henry Harrison, 73. Hugh L. White, 26. Willie P. Magnum, 11. Daniel Webster, 14. 1840, William Henry Harrison, 234 votes. Martin Van Buren, 60. 1844, James K. Polk, 170. Henry Clay, 105. 1848, Zachary Taylor, 163. Lewis Cass, 127. 1852, Franklin Pierce, 254. General Winfield Scott, only 42 electoral votes. 1856, James Buchanan, 174. John C. Fremont, 114. And Millard Fillmore, 8. As a sort of accompaniment to tables 50, 51, 52, and 53, we will here introduce a few items which will more fully illustrate the liberality of freedom and the niggardliness of slavery. From an editorial article that appeared in the Richmond Dispatch, July 1856, bewailing the close-fistedness of slavery, we make the following extract. Garrett Smith, the abolitionist, has just pledged himself to give $1,500 a month for the next 12 months to aid in establishing freedom in Kansas. He gave, but a short time since, at the Kansas Relief Meeting in Albany, $3,000. Prior to that, he sent about $1,000 to the Boston Emigrant Committee. Out of his own funds, he subsequently equipped a Madison County company of 100 picked men and paid their expenses to Kansas. At Syracuse, he subscribed $10,000 for abolition purposes so that his entire contributions amount to at least $40,000. An Eastern paper says the sum of $500 was contributed at a meeting in New Bedford on Monday evening to make Kansas free. The following sums have been contributed for the same purpose: $2,000 in Taunton, $600 in Raham, $800 in Clinton, $300 in Danbury, Connecticut, and Wisconsin, $2,500 at Janesville, $500 at Dalton, $500 at the Women's Aid meeting in Chicago, $2,000 in Rockford, Illinois. A telegraphic dispatch dated Boston, January 2nd, 1857, informs us that the Secretary of the Kansas Aid Committee acknowledges the receipt of $42,678. That's a huge amount of money if you adjusted it for inflation. Exclusive of the amounts above, the readers of the New York Tribune have contributed about $30,000 for the purpose of securing Kansas to freedom, and with the same object in view, other individuals and societies have from time to time made large contributions of which we have failed to keep a memorandum. The legislature of Vermont has appropriated $20,000, and other free state legislatures are prepared to appropriate millions if necessary. Free men have determined Kansas shall be free, and free it soon shall be, and ever so remain. Harmoniously the works proceed. Now see how slavery has rewarded the poor, ignorant, deluded, and degraded mortals, swaggering lickspittles who have labored so hard to gain for it a local habitation and name in the disputed territory. One D.B. Atchison, chairman of the executive committee of the Border Ruffians, shall tell us all about it. Over date of October 13th, 1856, he says, "Up to this moment, from all the states except Missouri, we have only received from the following sums and through the following persons: A.W. Jones, Houston, Mississippi, $152. H.D. Clayton, Efula, Alabama, $500. Captain Diedrich, South Carolina, $500. That's a total of $1,152. On this subject, further comment is unnecessary. Now, this is the thing about bleeding Kansas. It's paradoxical. In other words, the South was basically determined that Kansas would become a slave state, but yet when it came to giving money and supplies to make that happen, they gave such a pittance. It's kind of sad when you think about it. On this subject, further comment is unnecessary. Numerous other contrasts, equally disproportionate, might be drawn between the vigor and munificence of freedom and the impotence and stinginess of slavery. We will, however, in addition to the above, adverts to only a single instance. During the latter part of the summer of 1855, the citizens of the Niggervilles of Norfolk and Portsmouth, Virginia, were sorely plagued with yellow fever. Many of them fell victim to the disease, and most of those who survived and were not too unwell to travel left their homes horror-stricken and dejected. To the horror of mankind in general, and to the glory of freemen in particular, contributions of money, provisions, clothing, and other valuable supplies poured in from all parts of the country for the relief of the sufferers. Portsmouth alone, according to the reports of her relief association, received $42,547 in cash from the Free States and only $12,182 in cash from all of the slave states exclusive of Virginia, within whose borders the malady prevailed. Including Virginia, the sum total of all the slave state contributions amounted to only $33,398. Well did the Richmond Examiner remark at the time, "We fear that generosity of Virginians is but a figure of speech. Slavery, thy name is shame." In connection with tables 44 and 45 on page 292, it will be well to examine the following statistics of the congressional representation which we transcribe from Reynolds' Political Map of the United States. The United States Senate: 16 free states with a white population of 13,238,670 have 32 senators. 15 slave states with a white population of 6,186,477 have 30 senators, so that 413,708 freemen of the North enjoy but the same political privileges in the U.S. Senate as is given to 206,215 slave propagandists. House of Representatives: the free states have a total of 144 members. The slave states have a total of 90. One free state representative represents 91,935 white men and women. One slave state representative represents 68,725 white men and women. Slave representation gives to slavery an advantage over freedom of 30 votes in the House of Representatives. Custom House recipients: 1854. Free states: 60,010,489. Slave states: 5,136,969. Balance in the favor of the free states: 54,873,520. A contrast quite distinguishable. That the apologists of slavery cannot excuse the shame and shabbiness of themselves and their country, as we have frequently heard them attempt to do so, by falsely asserting that the North has enjoyed over the South the advantages of the priority of settlement, will fully appear from the following tables. 1614, New York, first settled by the Dutch. 1620, Massachusetts by the Puritans. 1623, New Hampshire, settled by the Puritans. 1624, New Jersey, settled by the Dutch. 1635, Connecticut, settled by the Puritans. 1636, Rhode Island, settled by Roger Williams. 1682, Pennsylvania, settled by William Penn. 1791, Vermont admitted to the Union. 1802, Ohio admitted to the Union. 1816, Indiana admitted into the Union. 1818, Illinois admitted into the Union. 1820, Maine admitted into the Union. 1836, Michigan admitted into the Union. 1846, Iowa admitted into the Union. 1848, Wisconsin admitted into the Union. 1850, California admitted into the Union. Slave states: Virginia, 1607, first settled by the English. 1627, Delaware, settled by the Swedes and Finns. 1635, Maryland, settled by the Catholics. 1650, North Carolina, settled by the English. 1670, South Carolina, settled by the Huguenots. 1733, Georgia, settled by General Oglethorpe. 1782, Kentucky admitted into the Union. That's actually wrong because it was 1792. 1796, Tennessee admitted into the Union. 1811, Louisiana admitted into the Union. 1817, Mississippi admitted into the Union. 1819, Alabama admitted into the Union. 1821, Missouri admitted into the Union. 1836, Arkansas admitted into the Union. 1845, Florida admitted into the Union. 1846, Texas admitted into the Union. In the course of an exceedingly interesting article on the early settlements in America, R.K. Brown, formerly editor and proprietor of the San Francisco Evening Journal, says, "Many people seem to think that the Pilgrim Fathers were the first ones who settled upon our shores, and therefore that they ought to be entitled in a particular manner to our remembrance and esteem. This is not the case, and we herewith present to our readers a list of settlements made in the present United States prior to that of Plymouth. 1564, a colony of French Protestants under Ribault settle in Florida. 1565, St. Augustine, founded by Pedro Melendez. 1584, Sir Walter Raleigh obtains a patent and sends 2 vessels to the American coast, which receives the name of Virginia. 1607, the first effectual settlement made at Jamestown, Virginia by the London Company. 1614, a fort erected by the Dutch upon the site of New York City. 1615, Fort Orange built near the site of Albany, New York. 1619, the first General Assembly called in Virginia. 1620, the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock. Freedom and slavery at the fair. What freedom did. At an agricultural fair held at Watertown in the state of New York on the 2nd day of November 1856, 220 premiums ranging from $3 to $50 each were awarded to successful competitors, the aggregate amount of said premiums being $2,396, or an average of $10.89 each. The table that follows on page 323 is just about the awards given at an agricultural fair at Watertown, New York, and it says, what slavery did. At the Rowan County Agricultural Fair held at Mineral Springs, North Carolina on the 13th of November 1856, 30 premiums ranging from 25 cents to $2 each were awarded to successful competitors, the aggregate amount of said premiums being $42, or an average of $1.40 each. And it goes over the best ones there. And what's interesting is it says here, besides the 220 premiums amounting to the aggregate of 2,396 freedom, granted several diplomas and silver medals, besides the 30 premiums amounting in the aggregate of $42. Slavery granted none, nothing. While examining these figures, it should be recollected that agriculture is the peculiar province of the slave states. If commerce or manufacturers have been the subjects of the fair, the results might have been shown even in a greater disproportion in favor of freedom, and yet there would have been some excuse for slavery, for it makes no pretensions to either one or the other. But as an agricultural was the subject, slavery can have no excuse whatever, but must bear all the shame of its niggardly and revolting impotence. This it must do for the reason that agriculture is its special and almost only pursuit. The reporters of the comptrollers of the states of New York and North Carolina in the year 1856 are now before us. From each report we have gleaned a single item, which we compared. The one with the other speaks volumes in favor of freedom and against slavery. We refer to the average value per acre of lands in the 2 states. Let slavocrats read, reflect, and repent. In 1856, there were assessed for taxation in the state of New York acres of land, 30,080,000, valued at $1,112,133,136. Average value per acre, $36.97. In 1856, there were assessed for taxation in the state of North Carolina acres of land, 32,450,560, valued at $98,800,636. Average value per acre, $3.06. It is difficult for us to make any remarks on the official facts above. Our indignation is struck almost dumb at this astounding and revolting display of the awful wreck that slavery is leaving behind it in the South. We will, however, go into a calculation for the purpose of ascertaining as nearly as possible in this one particular how much North Carolina has lost by the retention of slavery. As we have already seen, the average value per acre of land in the state of New York is $36.97. In North Carolina, it's only $3.06. Why is it so much less or any less in the latter than in the former? The answer is slavery. In soil and climate and minerals and water power for manufactural purposes and in area of territory, North Carolina has the advantage of New York, and with the exception of slavery, no plausible reason can possibly be assigned why land should not be at least as valuable in the valley of the Yadkin as it is along the banks of the Genesee. The difference between $36.97 and $3.06 is $33.91, which multiplied by the whole number of acres of land in North Carolina will show, in this one particular, the enormous loss that freedom has sustained on the account of slavery in the Old North state. Thus, 32,450,560 acres at $33.91 is 1,100,398,489. Let it be indelibly impressed on the mind, however, that this amount, large as it is only a moiety of the sum that it has cost to maintain slavery in North Carolina. From time to time, hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars have left the state, either in search of profitable permanent investment abroad or in the shape of profits to northern merchants and manufacturers, who have become the moneyed aristocracy of the country by supplying to the South such articles of necessity, utility, and adornment as would have been produced at home but for the pernicious presence of the peculiar institution. A reward of 1,100 millions of dollars is offered for the conversion of the lands of North Carolina into free soil. The lands themselves, desolate and impoverished under the fatal foot of slavery, offer the reward. How then can it be made to appear that the abolition of slavery in North Carolina, and indeed throughout all of the southern states, for slavery is exceedingly inimical to them all, is not demanded by every consideration of justice, prudence, and good sense? In 1850, the total value of all of the slaves of the state at the rate of $400 per head amounted to less than $116 million. Is the sum of $116 millions of dollars more desirable than a sum of 1,100 millions of dollars? When a man has land for sale, does he reject $36 per acre and take 3? Non-slaveholding whites, look well to your own interests. Many of you have lands, comparatively speaking. You have nothing else. Abolish slavery, and you will enhance the value of every league, your own and your neighbors, from $3 to $36 per acre. Your little tract containing 200 acres, now valuable at the pitiful sum of only $600, will then be worth $7,000. Your children, now deprived of even the meager advantages of common schools, will then reap the benefits of a collegiate education. Your rivers and small streams, now wasting their waters in idleness, will then turn the wheels of multitudinous mills. Your bays and harbors, now unknown to commerce, will then swarm with ships from every enlightened quarter of the globe. Non-slaveholding whites, look well to your own interests. Would the slaveholders of North Carolina lose anything by the abolition of slavery? Let us see. According to their own estimate, their slaves are worth, in round numbers, say $120 millions of dollars. These are, in the states, 28,000 slaveholders owning, it may be safely assumed, an average of at least 500 acres of land each, 14 millions of acres in all. The number of acres multiplied by $33.91, the difference in value between free soil and slave soil, makes the enormous sum of $474 millions of dollars, showing that by the abolition of slavery, the slaveholders themselves would realize a net profit of not less than $354 millions of dollars. Compensation to slaveholders for the Negroes now in their possession? The idea is preposterous. The suggestion's criminal. The demand is unjust, wicked, monstrous, damnable. Shall we pat the bloodhounds of slavery for the sake of doing them a favor? Shall we fee the curs of slavery in order to make them rich at our expense? Shall we pay the whelps of slavery for the privilege of converting them into decent, honest, upright men? No, never. The non-slave holders expect to gain and will gain something by the abolition of slavery, but slaveholders themselves will by far be the greater gainers, for in proportion to population they own much larger and more fertile tracts of land, and will, as a matter of course, receive the lion's share of the increase in the value of not only real estate, but also of other genuine property of which they are likewise the principal owners. How ridiculously absurd, therefore, is the objection that if we liberate the slaves, we ruin the masters. Not long ago, a gentleman in Baltimore, a native of Maryland, remarked in our presence that he was an abolitionist because he felt it was right and proper to be one. But, inquired he, are there not in some of the states many widows and orphans who would be left in destitute circumstances if their Negroes were taken from them? In answer to the question, we replied that slavery had already reduced thousands and tens of thousands of non-slaveholding widows and orphans to the lowest depths of poverty and ignorance, and that we did not believe one slaveholding widow and 3 orphans were of more or even of as much consequence as 5 non-slaveholding widows and 15 orphans. You're right, exclaimed the gentleman. I had not viewed the subject in the light before. I perceive you go in for the greatest good to the greatest number. Emancipate the Negroes, and the ex-slaveholding widow will still retain her lands and tenements, which in consequence of being surrounded by the magic influences of liberty would soon render her far more wealthy and infinitely more respectable than she could possibly ever become while trafficking in human flesh. The fact is, every slave in the South costs the state in which he resides at least 3 times as much as he, in the whole course of his life, is worth to his master. Slavery benefits no one but its immediate individual owners, and them only in a pecuniary point of view and at the sacrifice of the dearest rights and interests of the whole mass of non-slaveholders, white and black. Even the masters themselves, as we have already shown, would be far better off without it than with it. To all classes of society the institution's a curse, and a special curse is to those who own it not. Non-slaveholding whites, I look well to your own interests. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Impending Crisis of the South and How to Meet It by Hinton Helper. Chapter 9, Commercial Cities, Southern Commerce. Our theme is a city, a great southern importing, exporting, and manufacturing city to be located at some point or part on the coast of the Carolinas, Georgia, Virginia, where we can carry on the active commerce, buy, sell, fabricate, receive the profits which accrue from the exchange of our own commodities, open facilities for direct communication with foreign countries, and establish all these collateral sources of wealth, utility, and adornment, which are the usual concomitants of a metropolis, and which add so very materially to the interest and importance of a nation. Without a city of this kind, the South can never develop her commercial resources, nor attain to that eminent position to which those vast resources would otherwise exalt her. According to calculations based upon reasonable estimates, it is owing to the lack of a great commercial city in the South that we are now annually drained of more than $120 million. We should, however, take into consideration the negative loss as well as the positive. Especially should we think of the influx of immigrants, the visits of strangers and cosmopolites, of the patronage to hotels and public halls, of the profits of travel and transportation, of the emoluments of foreign and domestic trade, and of numerous other advantages which have their origin exclusively in wealthy, enterprising, densely populated cities. Nothing is more evident than the fact that our people have never entertained a proper opinion of the importance of home cities. Blindly and greatly to our own injury, we have contributed hundreds of millions of dollars towards the erection of mammoth cities in the north, while our own magnificent bays and harbors have been most shamefully disregarded and neglected. Now, instead of carrying all our money to New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and Cincinnati, suppose we had kept it on the south side of the Mason and Dixon's line, as we would have done had it not been for slavery, and had dispersed it in the upbuilding of Norfolk, Beaufort, Charleston, or Savannah. How much richer, better, greater would the South be today? I see Helper's point here, but he forgets that the South had 2 major commercial cities, New Orleans and Baltimore, but that's beside the point. How much larger and more intelligent would have been our population? How many 100,000 natives of the South would now be thriving at home instead of adding to the wealth and political power of other parts of the Union? How much greater would be the number and length of our railroads, canals, turnpikes, and telegraphs? How much greater would be the extent and diversity in our manufactures? How much greater would be the grandeur, and how much larger would be the number of our churches, theaters, schools, colleges, lyceums, banks, hotels, stores, and private dwellings? How many more clippers and steamships would we have sailing on the ocean? How vastly more reputable would we be abroad? How infinitely more respectable, progressive, and happy would we be at home? That we may learn something of the importance of cities in general, let us look for a moment at the great capitals of the world. What would England be without London? What would France be without Paris? Or what would Turkey be without Constantinople? Or, come nearer to home, what would Maryland be without Baltimore? What would Louisiana be without New Orleans? What would South Carolina be without Charleston? Do we ever think of these countries or states without thinking of their cities also? If we want to learn the news of our country, do we not go to the city or the city papers? Every metropolis may be regarded as the nucleus or epitome of the country in which it is situated, and the more prominent features and characteristics of a country, particularly of a people of that country, are almost always to be seen within the limit of its capital city. Almost invariably, do we find the bulk of the floating funds, the best talent, and the most vigorous energies of a nation concentrated in its chief cities? And does not this concentration of wealth, energy, and talent conduce in an extraordinary degree to the growth and prosperity of the nation? Unquestionably. Wealth develops wealth, energy develops energy, talent develops talent. What, then, must be the condition of those countries which do not possess the means or facilities of centralizing their material forces, energies, and talents? Are they not destined to occupy an inferior rank among the nations of the earth? Let the South answer. And now let us ask, and we would put the question particularly to Southern merchants, what do we so much need as a great Southern metropolis? Merchants of the South, slaveholders, you are the avaricious assassinators of your country. You are the channels through which more than 120 millions of dollars are annually drained from the South and conveyed to the North. You are daily engaged in the unmanly and unpatriotic work of impoverishing the land of your birth. You are constantly enfeebling our resources and rendering us more and more tributary to distant parts of the nation. Your conduct is reprehensible, base, and criminal. Of course, helpers forgetting at this point, you not only have Baltimore, you have New Orleans. St. Louis is also a southern city. But Kansas City didn't exist yet, another major southern metropolis, though a lot of people don't even think of that. Whether southern merchants ever think of the numerous ways in which they contribute to the aggrandizement of the North, while at the same time they enervate and dishonor the South, has for many years been with us a matter of more than ordinary conjecture, if, as it would seem, they have never yet thought of the subject. It is certainly desirable that they should exercise their minds upon it at once. Let them scrutinize the workings of Southern money after it passes north of Mason and Dixon's line. Let them consider how much they pay to northern railroads, northern hotels, how much they pay to northern merchants and shopkeepers, how much to northern shippers and insurers, how much to northern theaters, newspapers, and periodicals. Let them also consider what disposition is made of it after it is lodged in the hands of the North. Is not the greater part of it paid out to northern manufacturers, mechanics, and laborers for the very articles which are purchased at the North, and to the extent that this is done, are not northern manufacturers, mechanics, and laborers directly countenanced and encouraged, while at the same time southern manufacturers, mechanics, and laborers are indirectly abased, depressed, and disabled? It is, however, a matter of impossibility on these small pages to notice or enumerate all the methods in which the money we deposit in the North is made to operate against us. Suffice it to say that it is circulated and expanded there among all classes of the people to the injury and impoverishment of almost every individual in the South. And yet our cousins of the North are not by any means blameworthy for availing themselves of the advantages which we have voluntarily yielded to them. They have shown their wisdom in growing great at our expense, and we have shown our folly in allowing them to do so. Southern merchants, slaveholders, and slave breeders should be the object of our censure, and they have desolated and impoverished the South. They are now making merchandise of the vitals of their country, patriotism, in a word, nowhere recorded in their vocabulary. Town, city, country, they care for neither. With them, self is always paramount to every other consideration. Having already compared slavery with freedom in the states, we will now compare it with freedom in the cities. For every person as yet unconvinced of the despicableness of slavery, we respectfully ask attention to the following letters, which faithfully explain themselves. Finance Department, Comptroller's Office, New York, February 17, 1857. H.R. Helper, Esquire. Dear Sir, your letter to Mayor Wood has been handed to me for an answer, which I take pleasure in giving as follows. The last assessment of property in this city was made in August 1856. The value of all real and personal property in the city, according to that assessment, is $511,740,492. A census of the city was taken in 1855, and the number of inhabitants at that time can be obtained only from the Secretary of State. Very truly yours, A.S. Caddy. State of New York Secretary's Office, Albany, February 24th, 1857. H.R. Helper, Esquire. Dear Sir, yours of the 17th February regarding the population of the city of New York is before me. According to the census of 1855, the population was 629,810. 1850, 515,547. 1845, 371,223. 1840, 312,710. 1835, 268,089. 1830, 197,112. As the population now, you have the same facilities of judging that we have from the above table. Very truly yours, A.N. Wakefield, Chief Clerk. Mayor's Office, City Hall, Baltimore, December 26, 1856. H.R. Helper, Esquire. Dear Sirs, His Honor the Mayor of this city has requested me to reply to your communication of the 24th instant addressed to him, requesting answers to certain questions. In answer to your first interrogatory, I would say that the amount of direct taxation assessed January 1st, 1856 was $102,053,839. The amount of exempt taxation, i.e. property out of the limits of direct tax, assessed at that date was $6,054,733. In reply to your second inquiry, I would state that no census of the city has been taken since 1850. The estimated population at that time was 250,000. Respectfully yours, D.H. Blanchard, Secretary. Office of the Mayor of the City of Philadelphia, H.R. Helper, Esquire. Dear Sirs, in reply to your note of the 25th instant received today, I have hastened to give you the estimates you ask. Real estate, $150 million. It is about one half of the real value. Its market price is at least $300 million. The personal estate is returned at $20 million. It is over $110 million. There has been no census since 1850. The population now is 500,000, half a million. Yours truly, J. Vaux. State of Louisiana, Mayoralty of New Orleans, City Hall, 3rd day of January, 1857. Mr. Helper. Dear Sir, in answer to your note of December 24th, I beg to refer you to the enclosed abstract for the value of real estate and slaves according to the last assessment. There has heretofore been no assessment of personal property. There have been no tax authorized until this year. The assessment now being made and will probably add about $5 million to the assessment as stated in the abstract. There has been no census since the U.S. Census of 1850, except an informal one made in 1852 for the purpose of dividing the city into wards anew. The estimated population now is about 150 to 175,000 inhabitants, permanent population, including the floating population. At this season, it would probably reach not less than 210,000 inhabitants. The U.S. Census was taken in the summer months and is very incorrect as to the absolute population of New Orleans. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, J.B. Walton, the Secretary. By reference to the abstract of which Mr. Walton speaks, we find that the value of real and personal property is summed up as followed. Real estate, $67,460,115. Slaves, $5,183,580. Capital, $18,544,300. A total of $91,188,195. City Hall, Boston, December 31st, 1856. Dear Sir, yours of the 25th, addressed to the mayor, has been handed to me for a reply, and I would accordingly state that the value of real and personal estates in this city on the first day of May, A.D. 1856, was 249,162,500. The census of the city of Boston on the first day of May, A.D. 1855, is 162,748 persons. The estimated population of the city of Boston at this date, January 1st, 1857, is 165,000. Yours very respectfully, Samuel T. McCleary, City Clerk. St. Louis, H.R. Helper, Esquire. Dear Sir, in reply to your ninth instant, I beg leave to state that a census of our population was taken in the spring of 1856 by the sheriff, and although it was inaccurate, yet the population, as returned by him, was then 125,500. That his census is too low, there is no doubt. Our population at this time is at least 140,000. Our last assessment was made in February 1856. Value of real and personal estate is, in round numbers, $63 million. Trusting this information will be sufficient for your purpose, I remain yours, John Howe, Mayor. Mayor's Office, City Hall, Brooklyn, January 24th, 1857. Brooklyn, New York's a separate city at this time. H.R. Helper, Sir, the answer to your inquiries are as follows. The last assessment of property in this city was made in August 1856. The value of all real and personal property in the city, according to that assessment, is $95,800,440. A census of the city was taken in 1855, and the number of inhabitants according to it was 205,250. The estimated population now is over 225,000. The last annual report of the Comptroller, together with a communication of the mayor to the Common Council made on the 5th of January 1857, has been transmitted by mail to your address, and from them you may be able to obtain any further information you may desire. Yours respectfully, S.S. Powell, Mayor, City of Brooklyn. Mayor's Office, Charleston, H.R. Helper, Esquire. Dear Sir, yours of the 9th has just been received. I sent you, through the Clerk of Council some time ago, the annual fiscal statements of the Committee of Accounts made to the City Council, which would give some of the information which you desire. I will have another copy sent you. No census has been taken since 1848. The population at present must be between 50 and 60,000. Any information which it may be in my power to furnish you with will always give me pleasure to supply. Very respectfully, William Porter Miles, Mayor. From a report of the annual accounts of the City of Charleston for the fiscal year ending the 31st of August, 1856, it appears that the total value of real and personal property, including slaves, nearly half of the population, was $36,127,751. Mayor's Office, Cincinnati, Ohio, January 2nd, 1857. Dear Sirs, in reply to your note of the 25th, I beg leave to say that the value of all real and personal property in the city was assessed for taxation amounts to $88,810,734. The realty being $60,701,267. The personal $20,795,203, and the bank and broker's capital is $7,314,264. The assessment of realty was made in 1853. That of the personalty is made in March of each year. Our present population is estimated at 210,000. No complete census has been taken since 1850. The total of taxes levied on the above assessment of $88,810,734 for city purposes was $529,727,005. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, Jess M. Ferran, Mayor. Mayor's Office, Louisville, Kentucky, January 1st, 1857. H.R. Helper, Dear Sir, your favor the 24th is received, contents noted. I will remark in reply that the taxes of this city are levied only on real estate, slavery, and merchandise, exclusive of home manufacturers, which are taken at what is supposed to be their cash value, but is much less than the real value. Our last assessment was made on the 10th of January, 1856, and amounted to $31,500,000. There has been no census of this city taken since 1850, our charter requiring that it shall be taken this year. I am now preparing to have it done. It is supposed in Louisville at the time has a population of 65 or 70,000. I send with my last annual message to the General Council and accompanying documents. Respectfully yours, John Barbie, Mayor. Okay. Daily Tribune Office, Chicago, Illinois, May 21st, 1857. H.R. Helper, Esquire. Sir, in May number of Hunt's Merchants Magazine, you will find some of your questions answered. The actual cash value of property is not taken by the assessor. Citizens are not sworn to the value of their personal effects, nor is real estate given at 20% of its selling cash price. An elaborate estimate of the real value in cash of Chicago, which we have seen, puts the real estate at $125 million. Improvements on the same, $24 million. Personal property, $22 million. In 1857, total value $171 million. Today, that'd probably be something like somewhere in the hundreds of billions. We don't know. I don't have an adjusting for inflation calculator. So, on half a dozen streets in this city, lots sell readily at $1,000 to $1,200 per foot, exclusive of improvements. A census of the population of Chicago was taken in October 1853 and in June 1855, the latter by state authority. That of October 53 found 60,652, that of June 55, 80,509. The best estimate at present makes the number on May 1st, 1857 to be about 112,000, which is rather under than over the truth. The amount of building in the city is immense, but as quickly as a tenement can be spiked together, it is taken at a high rent, and at no former period has there seemed so rapid an augmentation of population. Very truly yours, Ray and Meadow, editors, Chicago Tribune. Richmond, Virginia, April 25th, 1857. H.R. Helper, Esquire. Dear Sirs, yours of the 14th has been received and should have been answered sooner, but it was impossible to get the information you desired earlier. The value of real estate in the city of Richmond is $18 million. The value of personal is $191,920. Total value $18,201,920. This does not include slaves, of whom there are 6,472 in the city. The state values each slave at $300 each, making $1,941,600, which added to the total above makes $20,143,520. The number of inhabitants, white and black, is 34,612 within the corporation limits. The assessment was made in 1855 throughout the whole state. Yours very respectfully, B.W. Stark. Mayor's Office, Providence, December 31st, 1856. H.R. Helper. Dear Sir, yours of the 25th, this moment is received. You will receive with this communication from the Chairman of Board of Assessors, giving the requisite information from that department. I send you this day a census report taken in 1855, which will give you the information asked. Our population is at this time between 50 and 60,000. Respectfully, James Y. Smith, Mayor. Assessor's Office, Providence. H.R. Helper. Dear Sirs, His Honor the Mayor of this city has requested me to answer your communication of the 25th addressed to him so far as it relates to the valuation of this city, which is herewith presented. The value of this city in 1856 is as follows. Real estate, $36,487,116. Personal estate, $21,577,400. A total of $58,064,516. Our last assessment was ordered in June last and completed on the first day of September. Rate of taxation, $775 per $1,000. Amount of taxes raised, $450,000. Respectfully yours, Joseph Martin, Chairman. Herald Office, Norfolk, Virginia, 28th of April, 1857. H.R. Helper, Esquire. Dear Sir, the value of all real estate is reassessed about 2 months ago, as set down, say, in round numbers, at $5.5 million. The actual value would bring it somewhat above that mark. The assessment of personal property will be completed in 3 or 4 weeks hence, but its exact value cannot be arrived at from the fact that a large portion of that description of this property, including slaves, is taxed specifically without regard to its value. It is estimated by the assessors, however, that the personal exceeds the real estate and may safely be set down at $6.5 million. There has been no census taken since 1850. The state authorities assume that the population to be 16,000, but I am informed by our assessors that 17,000 is a fairer estimate. Hoping that the information given may answer your purpose, for which you require, I am respectfully yours, R. G. Broughton. Mayor's Office, Buffalo, March 10th, 1857. Dear Sirs, yours of the 9th was received this morning. The answer to your questions are as follows. The last valuation of property in our city was made in April 1856. Valuation of real estate, $38,114,040. Personal estate, $7,360,436. Total value, $45,474,476. The last census of the state was taken in the summer of 1855. That showed a population of 74,214. A fair estimate now is 90,000. Respectfully, yours, F.P. Stevens, Mayor's Office, Savannah, H.R. Helper. Dear Sir, in reply to your first interrogatory, I sent you the mayor's report, which you will find in the information you seek. No census has been taken of the city since 1850. The estimated population is 25,000. Very respectfully yours, J.P. Scriven, Mayor. From the mayor's annual report, we learned that the assessment of value of lands and improvements for a year ending October 31st, 1856 amounted to $8,999,015. The value of personal property is perhaps about $3 million. Total value of real and personal estate, $11,999,015. City of New Bedford, Mayor's Room, January 6, 1857. H.R. Helper, yours of the instant came to hand this morning. In reply to your inquiries, I will say that the amount assessed on the first day of May 1856 was as follows. Real estate, $9,311,500. Personal, $17,735,500. Total of $27,047,000. The returns of a census taken the previous autumn gave 20,391 persons, from which there is not probably much change. Respectfully yours, George Howland, Jr., Mayor. Mayor's Office, Wilmington, North Carolina, May 21st, 1857. H.R. Helper, Esquire. Dear Sir, I am in receipt of your 19th instant. The value of real estate as per last assessment in April 1856 was $3,350,000. We have no system by which to arrive at the value of personal property. I estimate, however, the exclusive of merchandise at $4,509,000. There has been no census taken since 1850. The present number of inhabitants is estimated at around 10,000 people. I regret my inability to afford you more definite information. Very respectfully, O.G. Parsley, Mayor. On page 347, he goes into detail on the valuations between the cities in the north versus the cities in the south. And he said at the bottom, so you can look at that if you'd like to. That's page 347. And he says at the bottom of 347, let it not be forgotten that the slaves themselves are valued at so much per head and counted as part of the wealth of slave cities. And yet, though we assent, as we have done, to the inclusion of all of this fictitious wealth, it will be observed that the residents of free cities are far wealthier per capita than the residents of slave cities. We trust the reader will not fail to examine the figures with great care. In this age of the world, commerce is an indispensable element of national greatness. Without commerce, we can have no great cities, and without great cities, we can have no reliable tenure of distinct nationality. Commerce is the forerunner of wealth and population. It is mainly these that make invincible the power of undying states. Speaking in general terms of the commerce of this country and of the great cities through which the commerce is chiefly carried on, as the Boston Traveler says, the wealth concentrated at the great commercial points of the United States is truly astonishing. For instance, 1/8 part of the entire property of this country is owned by the cities of New York and Boston. Boston alone, in its corporate limits, owns about 1/20 of the property of this entire union, being an amount equal to the wealth of any 3 of the New England states except Massachusetts. And this city is found the richest community per capita of any in the United States. The next city in point of wealth, according to its population, is Providence, Rhode Island, which city is one of the richest in the Union, having a valuation of 56 millions with a population of 50,000. The same paper, in the course of an editorial article on the wealth of Boston and its businesses, says, the assessor's return of the wealth of Boston will probably show this year an aggregate property of nearly 300 millions. The sum divided among 160,000 people would give nearly $2,000 to each inhabitant, would show Boston to be much The wealthiest community in the United States, save New York alone, with 4 times its population. The value of real estate in this city is increasing now with great rapidity, as at least $4 million worth of new houses and stores will be built this year. The personal estate in ships, cargoes, stocks, etc., is greatly increasing with each succeeding year, notwithstanding the many disasters and losses constantly occurring in such kinds of property. It is impossible to get the exact earnings of nearly 600,000 tons of shipping owed in this city, but perhaps it would not be much out of the way to set the total amount for 1855 at from 15 to 20 millions of dollars. This sum has probably been earned by our fleet engaged in the domestic trade and its commercial transactions with the East and West Indies, South America, the Pacific, Europe, and Africa. The 3 sources from which the population of Boston is maintained and its prosperity and continued are this: commerce, trade, and manufactures. Its annual trade and sales of merchandise are said now by competent judges to amount to 300 millions of goods per annum and will soon greatly exceed the vast sum. The annual manufactures of this city are much more in amount than in many entire states in the Union. They amount, according to recent statistics, to nearly 75 millions of dollars. Freeman Hunt, the accomplished editor of Hunt's Merchants magazine, writing on the progressive growth of cities, says, London is now the greatest concentration of human power the world has ever known. Will its supremacy be permanent, or will it, like its predecessor, be eclipsed by Western rivals? New Yorkers do not doubt, and indeed have no reason to doubt, that their city, now numbering little more than 1/3 of the population of London, will within the next 50 years be greater than the metropolis of the British Empire. New York, with her immediate dependencies, numbers about 900,000. Since 1790, she has established a law of growth which doubles her population once in 15 years. If this law continues to operate, she may be expected to possess 1,800,000 in 1871, 3,000,000 in 886, and 7,200,000 in 1901. If 20 years will be allowed New York as her future period of duplication, she would overtake London by the end of 50 years. London may have then 5 million. New York will almost certainly have more than that number. Will the star of empire become stationary at New York? The interior plan of North America has within itself more means to sustain a dense population and civilized comfort than any region of the world. The star of the empire cannot be arrested in its western course before it reaches the plain. Its most promising city at present is Chicago. The law of growth since 1840 seems to be a duplication within 4 years. In 1840, it numbered 4,379,000 people. In June of this year, it will contain 88,000. At the same rate of increase carried forward, it would overtake New York within 20 years. If 6 years be allowed for each future duplication, Chicago would overtake New York in 33 years. If the growth of Chicago should in the future be measured by duplication of every 7 years, it would contain 5,622,042 years. In 1901, 45 years from this time, the Central Plain, including the Canadas, will contain about 80 million of peoples. The chief city may be reasonably expected to contain about 1/10 of this population. Before the end of the century, the towns and cities of the Central Plain will contain, with their suburbs, no less than half the entire population, that is to say 40 million. How these millions shall be apportioned among the cities of that day is a subject for curious speculation. Now, of course, a lot of this didn't come to pass, but they're just projecting here, and projections aren't worth that much, but still. A fleet of merchantmen. The Boston Journal, the late date, says about 100 sail of vessels of various descriptions entered this port yesterday, consisting of traders from Europe, South America, the West Indies, and from coastwise ports. The waters of the bay and harbor presented a beautiful appearance from the surrounding shores, as this fleet of white-winged messengers have made their way toward the city, and crowds of people must have witnessed their advent with great delight. A more magnificent sight is seldom seen in our harbor. Would to God that such sights could sometimes be seen in southern harbors. When slavery shall cease to paralyze the energies of our people, then ships coming to us from the four corners of the globe with majestic grandeur begin to loom in the distance, our bays will rejoice in the presence of the white-winged messengers, and our levees resound as never before with the very din of commerce. Commerce of Norfolk. The Southern Argus thus speaks of the ruined commerce of a most despicable niggerville. We question if any community, certainly no other in the United States, has made greater exertions to resuscitate the trade of Norfolk than the mercantile portion of the inhabitants, in proof of which 19/20ths of those engaged in foreign commerce have terminated in their insolvency, the principal cause of which has been in the unrelenting hostility to this day, from the commencement of the present century, of the Virginia legislature, with the cooperation of at least the commercial portions of the citizens of Richmond, Petersburg, and Portsmouth. How it is, in this enlightened age, that men of ordinary intelligence can be so far led into error as to suppose that commerce or any other noble enterprise can be established and successfully prosecuted under the dominion of slavery, is to us one of the most inexplicable of mysteries. Commercial conventions, composed of the self-titled lordlings of slavery, generals, colonels, majors, captains, etc., may act out their annual programs of farcical nonsense from now until doomsday, but they will never add one iota to the material, moral, or mental interests of the South, never can until their ebony idols shall have been utterly demolished. Baltimore, past, present, and future. We are indebted to the Baltimore Patriot for the following interesting sketch of the monumental city as it was and is now and may be. The population of Baltimore in 1790 was 13,503, in 1800 15,514, in 1810 35,583, in 1820 62,738, in 1830 80,625, in 1840 110,313, in 1850 169,054. The increase of inhabitants within two particular decades will be found by reference to the above table to be remarkable. Between 1800 and 1810, the population nearly doubled itself. Between 1840 and 1850, the increase was two-thirds, and for the past 5 years, the numerical extension of our population has been even more rapid than during the previous decade. We may safely assume that Baltimore contains at the present time not less than 250,000 inhabitants, but the increase in the manufactured products of the state, as shown by the Secretary of Treasury, is a matter of even greater astonishment. The statistical tables of 1840 estimate the aggregate value of the manufacturers of Maryland at $13,509,636, $13,509,636. In 1850, the value of the articles manufactured within the limits of the state amounted to $32,593,635. $32,593,635. A single proof that the wealth of the state has increased with even far greater rapidity than its population. A quarter of a century ago, the sum of our manufactures did not much exceed $5 million per annum. At this day, it may be set down as falling but little short of $50 million. These are facts taken from official sources and therefore understated rather than exceeded. They are easily verified by anyone who will take the necessary trouble to examine the reports for himself, and they justify us in the assertion that we are but 15 years behind Philadelphia in population and are at only the same relative distance from her in point of wealth. A change has been going on for some time past in our commercial and industrial affairs, which all may have noticed, but the extent of which is known to but a few, and we hazard nothing in saying that this enormous progression must continue, because it is based upon a solid foundation and therefore subject to no ordinary contingencies. Occupying geographically with the most central position on the continent, with vast mines of coal lying within easy distance of the north and west of us, and with the harbor easy of access, and with railroads penetrating by the shortest routes the most fertile sections of the Union, we need nothing but the judicious fostering of a proper spirit among our citizens to make Baltimore not only the commercial emporium of the South and West, but also the great coal mart of the Union. Our flour market is already the most extensive in the known world. We speak without exaggeration For this also is proven by unquestionable facts. There is more guano annually brought into our port than into all the other ports of the United States put together, and the demand for this important article of commerce is steadily increasing. Our shipments of tobacco are immense, and as the improvement in the depth of the channel of the Papisco increases, must inevitably become much greater. Such then is our present condition as a commercial community, and when we add that our prosperity is as much owing to our admirable geographical position as to the energy of our merchants and manufacturers, we design to cast no imputation on these excellent citizens, but rather to stimulate them to renewed effort in a field where enterprise cannot fail of reaping its reward. Take any common map of the United States and rule an airline across it from Baltimore to St. Louis, and midway between the two it will strike Cincinnati, the great inland center of trade, transversing at the same time those wonderfully fertile valleys which lie between the latter point and the Mississippi River. Now let it be remembered that since the introduction of railways, fluvial navigation has been to a considerable extent superseded by inland transport because of the greater speed and certainty of the latter. Let it be remembered also that the migration westward is incessantly going on, and that with every farm opened within striking distance of a great arterial railway or its anatomosing branches, a certain amount of freight must find its way to the seaboard markets. While the demand for manufactured products and for domestic or foreign commodities in exchange for breadstuffs or raw material must necessarily increase, thereby adding greatly to the prosperity of the commercial center toward which articles of export tend and from which imports of return are drawn. It will be difficult to estimate the value of what this trade will be in 50 years, or what the population of Baltimore, situated as she is, will be by that time. Reasoning from causes to effects and presuming that ordinary perseverance will be used in promoting the interests of our city industrially and commercially, we are justified in believing that its progress must be in an accelerated ratio, and that there are those now living who will look back with surprise and wonder at its growth and magnitude, as we have done, while comparing its present aspect to that which it exhibited within our own memories. It is a remarkable fact, but one not all surprising to those whose philosophy leads them to think aright, that Baltimore and St. Louis, the two most prosperous cities in the slave states, have fewer slaves in proportion to the aggregate population than any other city or cities in the South, while the entire population of the former is now estimated at 250,000 and that of the latter at 140,000, making a grand total of 390,000 in the two cities. Less than 6,000 of this latter number are slaves. Indeed, neither city is cursed with half the number of 6,000. In 1850, there were only 2,946 slaves in Baltimore and 2,656 slaves in St. Louis. Total in the two cities stands at 5,602. And in both places, thank heavens, this heathenish class of population was rapidly decreasing. The census of 1860 will, in all probability, show that the two cities are entirely exempt from slaves and slavery, and that of 1870 will, we prayerfully hope, show that the United States is at large at that time will have been wholly redeemed from the unspeakable curse of human bondage. And it is amazing he's talking about 1870, because Helper doesn't realize that this book comes out in 1857, and within 4 years of the publication of this book, the country is tearing itself apart. What about Southern commerce? Is it not almost entirely tributary to the commerce of the North? Are we not dependent on New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and Cincinnati for nearly every article of merchandise, whether foreign or domestic? Where are our ships, our mariners, our naval architects? Alas, Echo's answers, where? Now he notes the city of Cincinnati here, and it's very important to know this. The farmers of Ohio and the other lower Midwestern states in the 1850s were shipping tons of hay and grain to the South because the South did not have a lot of hay and grain for various reasons, and especially grain because they raised a lot of fast race horses and fine horses there. They needed a lot of high quality grain, like high quality oats, high quality wheat, high quality this and that and the other thing. They also needed a lot of these barrels of salt pork, which would come out of Cincinnati slaughterhouses. They would feed the slaves on the salt pork out of the barrels. They also needed lard, along with candles and other things and soaps and everything. They needed lard to cook with. Southern hogs did not render down very much lard. Okay, so you needed to have augment your supply of lard with other lard, because a lot of times those razorback hogs, you butchered them, they couldn't get enough lard. So what ended up happening during the Civil War? The South ran out of lard. They ran out of the candles, which came from Procter and Gamble Company, the Star Campbells. They ran out of soap. They ran out of things like beef tallow. Now, of course, you could technically use your own lard to make your own soap, and most people did. But in the end, you had to choose between either using this to eat or using this to make soap, and most people chose to use it to eat. So it is very interesting what he's talking about here, about every possible supply that you can name of, even things like matches, went out of existence in the parts of the Confederacy during the war, and it got to where everybody was using flint and steel to light their fires because they literally ran out of matches. Now, you have no idea in a society where pretty much everybody smoked a pipe and everybody needed a fire to cook on, what kind of a living Hades it would have been to get along without matches. So just consider that for a second. Back to Helper. Reader, would you understand how abjectly slaveholders themselves are enslaved to the products of northern industry? If you would, fix your mind on a southern gentleman, a slave breeder, and human fleshmonger who professes to be a Christian. Observe the routine of his daily life. See him rise in the morning from a northern bed, clothe himself in northern apparel. See him walk across the floor on a northern carpet and perform his ablutions out of a northern ewer and basin. See him uncover a box of northern powders and clean his teeth with a northern brush. See him reflecting his physiognomy in a northern mirror and arranging his hair with a northern comb. See him dosing himself with the medicines of northern quacks and perfuming his handkerchief with northern cologne. See him referring to the time in a northern watch and glancing at the news in a northern gazette. See him and his family sitting in northern chairs and singing and praying out of northern books. Most all the hymnals and Bibles were printed in the northern states. That's why when Henry Ward Beecher and them shipped all the guns to the abolitionists out in Kansas, they labeled those boxes Beecher's Bibles. That was because most of the Bibles were printed in the North, and because of that, if it looked for the world like Bibles, people would assume it to be Bibles, but it was not Bibles, it was guns. Okay. See him at the breakfast table saying grace over a northern plate, eating with northern cutlery, and drinking from northern utensils. See him charmed with the melody of a northern piano, or musing over the pages of a northern novel. See him riding to his neighbors in a northern carriage, or furrowing his lands with a northern plow. See him lighting his cigar with a northern match, and flogging his negroes with a northern lash. See him with northern pen and ink, writing letters on northern paper, and sending them away in northern envelopes, sealed with northern wax and impressed with a northern stamp. Perhaps our southern gentleman is a merchant, and if so, we will see him at the store, making an unpatriotic use of his time in the miserable traffic of northern gimcracks and haberdashery. See him when you will, where you will, he is ever surrounded with the industrial products of those whom, in the criminal inconsistency of his heart, he execrates his enemies, yet treats as friends. His labors, his talents, his influence are all for the North and not for the South, for the stability of slavery and for the sake of his own personal aggrandizement. He is willing to sacrifice the dearest interests of his country. As we see our ruinous system of commerce exemplified in the family of the Southern gentleman, so we may see it exemplified to a greater or less degree in almost every other family throughout the length and breadth of the slave-holding states. We are all constantly buying and selling and wearing and using northern merchandise at a double expense to both ourselves and our neighbors. If we but look at ourselves attentively, we shall find that we are all clothed cap a pee in northern habiliments. Our hats, our caps, our cravats, our coats, our vests, our pants, gloves, our boots, our shoes, our undergarments all come from the north, whence, too, southern ladies procure all their bonnets, plumes, and flowers, dresses, shawls, and scarfs, frills, ribbons, and ruffles, cuffs, capes, and collars. And this is part of the reason what he's talking about here, why the South was demanding free trade with Britain, because the cotton and other products sold at a much higher price in Britain than they did here in the United States, and thus you could buy many, many times more goods from in Britain from cheaper made British goods than you could from American manufacturers. Truth is, it is that the South has wonderful powers of endurance and recuperation, but she cannot forever support the reckless prodigality of her sons. We're all spendthrifts. Some of us should become financiers. We must learn to take care of our money. We should withhold it from the North and open avenues for its circulation at home. We should not run to New York, to Philadelphia, to Boston, or Cincinnati, or any other northern city every time we want a shoestring, or a bedstead, a fish hook, or a handsaw, a toothpick, or a cotton gin. In ease and luxury we have been lolling long enough. We should now bestir ourselves and keep pace with the progress of the age. We must expand our energies and acquire habits of enterprise and industry. We should arouse ourselves from the couch of lassitude and inure our minds to thought and our bodies to action. We must begin to feed on a more substantial diet than that of pro-slavery politics. We should leave off our siestas and post-meridian naps and employ our time in profitable vocations. Before us there is a vast work to be accomplished, a work which has been accumulating in our hands for many years. It is no less a work than that of infusing the spirit of liberty into all the systems of commerce, agriculture, manufactures, government, literature, and religion. Oligarchical despotism must be overthrown. Slavery must be abolished. For the purpose of showing how absolutely Southern gentlemen, particularly slaveholding merchants, are lost to all sense of true honor and patriotism, we will here introduce an extract from an article which appeared more than 3 years ago in one of the editorial columns of the leading newspaper in the city of New York. It is in these words: Southern merchants do indeed keep away from New York for the reason that they can't pay their debts. There is no doubt that if the jobbers of this city had not trusted Southern traders for the past 3 years, they would be a great deal better off than they are. Already our trade with Canada is becoming as promising, sure, and profitable as our trade with the South is uncertain, riskful, and annoying. Now, by any body of men not utterly debased by the influence of slavery, this language would have been construed into an invitation to stay at home. But do Southern merchants stay at home? Do they build up Southern commerce? No. Off they post to the north as regularly as the seasons, spring and fall, come round, and there, like cringing sycophants, flatter, beg, and scheme for favors which they have no money to command. The better classes of merchants, and indeed of all other people at the North, as elsewhere, have too much genuine respect for themselves to wish to have any dealings whatever with those who make merchandise of human beings, limited as is our acquaintance in the city of New York. We know one firm there, a large wholesale house, that makes it an invariable rule never to sell goods to a merchant from the slave states except for cash. Being well acquainted with the partners, we asked one of them on one occasion why he refused to trust slave-driving merchants. Because, he said, they are too long-winded and uncertain. When we credit them, they occasion us with more loss and bother than their trade is worth. Non-slave voters of the South, recollect that slavery is the only impediment to your progress and prosperity, that it stands diametrically opposed to all needful reforms, and that it seeks to sacrifice you entirely for the benefit of others, and that it is the one great and only cause of dishonor to your country. Will you not abolish it? May heaven help you do your duty. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Impending Crisis of the South, How to Meet It, by Hinton Helper, published 1857. Chapter 10, Facts and Arguments by the Wayside. Finding that we shall have to leave unsaid a great many things which we intended to say, that we shall have to omit much valuable matter, the product of other pens than our own, but which, having collected at considerable expense, we had hoped to be able to introduce, we have concluded to present, under the above heading, only a few of the more important particulars. In the first place, we will give an explanation of the reason why this work was not published in Baltimore. A considerable portion of this work was written in Baltimore, and the whole of it would have been written and published there, but for the following odious clause which we extract from the statutes of Maryland. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of Maryland that after the passage of this act it shall not be lawful for any citizen of this state knowingly to make, print, or engrave, or aid in the making, printing, or engraving within this state any pictorial representation, or to write or print, or to aid in the writing or printing any pamphlet, newspaper, handbill, or other paper of an inflammatory character and having a tendency to excite discontent or stir up insurrection amongst the people of color of this state or of either of the other states or territories of the United States, or knowingly to carry or send or to aid in the carrying or sending the same for circulation amongst the inhabitants of either of the other states or territories of the United States, and any person so offending shall be guilty of a felony and shall on conviction be sentenced to confinement in the penitentiary of this state for a period not less than 10, nor more than 20 years from the time of the sentence pronounced on such person. Act passed December 1831. See 2nd Dorsey, page 1218. Now, so long as slaveholders are clothed with the mantle of office, so long will they continue to make laws like the above, expressly calculated to bring the non-slaveholding whites under a system of vassalage little less onerous and debasing than that to which the Negroes themselves are accustomed. What wonder is it that there is no native literature in the South? The South can never have a literature of her own until after slavery shall have been abolished. Slaveholders are too lazy and ignorant to write it, and the non-slaveholders, even the few whose minds are cultivated at all, are not permitted even to make the attempt. Down with the oligarchy. Ineligibility of the slaveholders. Never another vote to the trafficker in human flesh. Legislative acts against slavery. In his compendium of the 7th census, Mr. DeBow has compiled the following useful and highly interesting facts. The Continental Congress of 1774 resolved to discontinue the slave trade, in which resolution they were anticipated by the Convention of Delegates of Virginia and North Carolina. In 1789, the convention to frame the federal Constitution looked to the abolition of the traffic in 1808. On the 2nd of March, 1807, Congress passed an act against importations of Africans in the United States after January 1st, 1808. An act in Great Britain in 1807 also made the slave trade unlawful. Denmark forbid the introduction of African slaves into her colonies after 1804. The Congress of Vienna in 1815 pronounced for the abolition of the trade. France abolished it in 1817 and also Spain, but the acts were to take effect after 1820. Portugal abolished it in 1818. In Pennsylvania, slavery was abolished in 1780. In New Jersey, it was provisionally abolished in 1784. All children born of a slave after 1804 are made free in 1820. Now, that was not quite true because what the slaves had to do was complete a period of indenture to be made free. And as a result, any slave having children, after a while, you had slaves still having children up to the time of the Civil War, and thus, at the time of the Civil War in New Jersey, about 16 people still remained enslaved. So Helper was wrong on this. In Massachusetts, it was declared after the Revolution that slavery was virtually abolished by their Constitution of 1780. 1784 and 1797, Connecticut provided for a gradual extinction of slavery. In Rhode Island, after 1784, no person could be born a slave. The constitutions of Vermont and New Hampshire respectively abolished slavery. In New York, it was provisionally abolished in 1799, 28 years ownership being allowed in slaves born after that date, and in 1817 it was enacted that slavery was not to exist after 10 years, or in 1827. The Ordinance of 1787 forbade slavery in the territory northwest of the Ohio River. Besides the instances enumerated above, slavery has been abolished in more than 40 different parts of the world within the last half century, and with good results everywhere except 2 or 3 West India islands where the Negro population was greatly in excess of that of the whites, and even in these, the evils, if any, that have followed are not justly attributable to abolition, but to the previous demoralization produced by slavery. In this connection, we may very properly introduce the testimony of a West India planter to the relative advantage of free over slave labor. Listen to Charles Pettyjohn of Barbados, who, addressing himself to a citizen of our own country, says, "In 1834 I came into possession of 257 slaves under the laws of England, which required the owner to feed, clothe, and furnish them with medical attention. With this number I cultivated my sugar plantation until the Emancipation Act of August 1st, 1838, when they all became free. I now hire a portion of those slaves, the best and cheapest, of course, as you hire men in the United States. The average number which I employ is 100, with which I cultivate more land at a cheaper rate and make more produce than I did with 257 slaves. With my slaves I made from 100 to 180 tons of sugar yearly. With 100 free Negroes, I think I do badly if I do not annually produce 250 tons. If, in the 40 and more instances to which we have alluded, the abolition of slavery has proved injurious in a majority of cases, the attempt to abolish it elsewhere might perhaps be regarded as an ill-advised effort. But seeing that its abolition has worked well in at least 14/15 of all cases on record, the fact becomes obvious that it is our duty and our interest to continue to abolish it until the whole world shall be freed, or until we shall begin to see more evil than good result from our acts of emancipation. The true friends of the South. Free soilers and abolitionists are the only true friends of the South. Slaveholders and slave breeders are downright enemies of their own section. Anti-slavery men are working for the Union and for the good of the whole world. Pro-slavery men are working for the disunion of the states and for the good of nothing except themselves. Than such men such as Greeley, Seward, Sumner, Clay, and Birney, the South can have no truer friends, nor can slavery have more implacable foes. Well, he was wrong there, but, he's being a little bit poetic. For the purpose of showing that Horace Greeley is not, as he is generally represented by the oligarchy, an inveterate hater of the South, we will here introduce an extract from one of his editorial articles in a late number of the New York Tribune, a faithful advocate of freedom, whose circulation, we are happy to say, is greater than the aggregate circulation of more than 20 of the principal pro-slavery sheets published at the South. It is in vain that we pile fact upon fact, proof on proof, showing that slavery is a blight and a curse to the states which cherish it. These facts are multitudinous as the leaves of the forest, conclusive as the demonstrations of geometry. Nobody attempts to refute them, but the champions of slavery extension seem determined to persist in ignoring them. Let it be understood, then, once for all, that we do not hate the South, war on the South, nor seek to ruin the South in resisting the extension of slavery. We most earnestly believe that human bondage is a curse to the South and to all whom it affects, but we do not labor for its overthrow otherwise than through the conviction of the South of its injustice and mischief. Its extension into the new territories we determinedly resist, not by any means from ill will to the South, but under the impulse of goodwill to all mankind. We believe the establishment of slavery in Kansas or any other Western territory would prolong its existence in Virginia and Maryland by widening the market and increasing the price of slaves and thereby increasing the profits of slave breeding and the consequent incitement thereto. Those who urge that slavery would not go into Kansas if permitted willfully shut their eyes to the fact that it has gone into Missouri, lying in exactly the same latitude and is now strongest in that northwestern angle of said state, which was covertly filched from what is now Kansas within the last 20 years. Even if the growth of hemp, corn, and tobacco were not so profitable in eastern Kansas as it evidently must be, the growth of slaves for more southern consumption would inevitably prove as lucrative there as in Virginia and Maryland, which lie in corresponding latitudes and whose chief staple export today consists of Negro bondsmen destined for the plantations of Louisiana and Mississippi, which could be supplied more conveniently and cheaply from Kansas than from their present breeding places on this side of the Alleghanies. Whenever we draw a parallel between northern and southern production, industry, thrift, wealth, the few who seek to parry the facts at all complain that the instances are unfairly selected, that the commercial ascendancy of the North, with the profits and facilities thence accruing, accounts for the striking preponderance of the North. In vain we insist that slavery is the cause of this very commercial ascendancy, that Norfolk and Richmond and Charleston might have been to this country what Boston, New York, and Philadelphia now are, had not slavery spread its pall over and paralyzed the energies of the South. This may be regarded as a fair expression of the sentiment of a great majority of our people north of the Mason-Dixon line. Our northern cousins do not hate the South, war on the South, nor seek to ruin the South. On the contrary, they love our particular part of the nation, and like dutiful, sensible, upright men, they would promote its interests by facilitating the abolition of slavery, success to their efforts. Now, Helper was obviously wrong here, but he was very naive on that point. Slavery thoughtful, signs of contrition. The real condition of the South is most graphically described in the following doleful admissions from the Charleston Standard. In its every aspect, our present condition is provincial. We have within our limits no solitary metropolis of interest or ideas, no marts of exchange, no radiating centers of opinion. Whatever we have of genius and productive energy goes freely in to swell the importance of the North. Possessing the material which constitutes 2/3 of the commerce of the whole country, it might have been supposed that we could have influence upon the councils of foreign states, but we are never taken into contemplation. It might have been supposed that England, bound to us by the cords upon which depend the existence of 4 millions of her subjects, would be considerate of our feelings, but receiving her cotton from the North, it is for them she has her concern, and it is her interest and her pleasure to reproach us. That's because the cotton was usually taken up to New York and warehoused, where the ships from Liverpool would come across to New York, load it, and then take it back across. It might have been supposed that producing the material which is sent abroad to us would come the articles that are taken in exchange for it, but to the North they go for distribution, and to us are parceled out the fabrics that are suited to so remote a section. Instead, therefore, of New York being tributary to Norfolk, Charleston, Savannah, or New Orleans, these cities are tributary to New York. Instead of the merchants of New York standing cap in hand to the merchants of Charleston, the merchants of Charleston stand cap in hand to the merchants of New York. Instead of receiving foreign ships in southern waters and calling upon the merchants of the country to a distribution of the cargo, the merchants of the South are hurried off to make distribution elsewhere. Now, this was a little exaggeration because international shipping was fairly heavy in the cities like Baltimore and New Orleans, but that was basically it. In virtue of our relations to a greater system, we have little development to internal interests. Receiving supplies from the great center, we have made little effort to supply ourselves. We support the makers of boots, shoes, hats, coats, shirts, flannels, blankets, carpets, chairs, tables, mantles, mats, carriages, jewelry, cradles, couches, coffins, by the thousand and hundreds of thousands, but they scorn to live amongst us. They must have the gaieties and splendors of a great metropolis, and are not content to vegetate upon the dim verge of this remote frontier. As it is in material interests, so it is in arts and letters. Our pictures are painted at the North. Our books are published at the North. Our periodicals and papers are printed at the North. We are even fed on police reports and villainy from the North. The papers published at the South, which ignore the questions at issue between the sections, are generally well sustained. The books which expose the evils of our institution are even read with avidity beyond our limits. But the ideas are turned to the condition of the South are intensely provincial. If, as things now are, a man should rise with all the genius of Shakespeare or Dickens or Fielding, or all three combined, and speak from the South, he would not receive enough to pay the costs of publication. If published at the South, his book would never be seen or heard of, and published at the North, it would not be read. So perfect is our provincialism, therefore, that enterprise is forced to the North for a sphere, talent for a market genius for the ideas upon which to work, indolence for ease, and the tourist for attraction. This extract exhibits in bold relief and in small space a large number of the present evils of past errors. It is charmingly frank and truthful. De Quincey's confessions of an opium eater are nothing to it. A distinguished writer on medical jurisprudence informs us that the knowledge of the disease is half the cure, and if it be true, as perhaps it is, we think the standard in a fair way to be reclaimed from the enormous vices of pro-slavery statism. Progress of freedom in the South. Now, by St. Paul, the work goes bravely on. As well might the oligarchy attempt to stay the flux and reflux of the tides, as to attempt to stay the progress of freedom in the South. Approved of God, the edict of the genius of universal emancipation has been proclaimed to the world, and nothing save Deity himself can possibly reverse it. To connive at the perpetuation of slavery is to disobey the commands of heaven. Not to be an abolitionist is to be a willful and diabolical instrument of the devil. The South needs to be free. The South wants to be free. The South shall be free. The following extract from Southern journals will show that the glorious light of a better era has already begun to penetrate and dispel the portentous clouds of slavery. The Wellsburg, Virginia Herald. Now, this town is now in West Virginia. This is in the northern panhandle of West Virginia. This is the county seat of Brooke County, West Virginia, which also was a county when this book was written. So this was there was only about 6,000 people in the general area back then. So this is a very small area up, crammed between the Ohio River and the state of Pennsylvania. The Wellsburg, Virginia Herald, an independent paper referring to the vote of 13 Democrats from that section, refusing in the Virginia legislature in 1856 to appropriate money from the general treasury for the recapture of runaway slaves, says, "We presume these delegates in some degree represent their constituents, and we are thereby encouraged and built up in the confidence that there are other interests in Virginia to be seen to besides those pertaining to slavery." A non-slaveholding Southern, in the course of a communication in a more recent number of the same journal, says, "We are taxed to support slavery. The clean cash goes out of our own pockets into the pockets of the slaveholder, and this in many ways. I will now allude to but two. If a slave for a crime is put to death or transported, the owner is paid for him out of the public treasury, and under this law, thousands are paid out every year. Again, a standing army is kept up in the city of Richmond for no other purpose than to be ready to quell insurrection among the slaves. This is paid for out of the public treasury annually. The standing army is called the public guard, but it is no less a standing army always kept up. We will quote from the Acts of 1856 the expense of these two items to the state on the 23rd and 24th pages of the Act. To pay for slaves executed and transported, 22,000. To the public guard at Richmond, 24,000. This, be it noticed, is only for 1 year, making nearly 50,000 for these two objects in 1 year, but it can be shown by the present unequal plan of taxation between slave property and other property that this is but a small item of our cash pocketed by the slaveholders, and yet some will say we have no reason to complain. The editor of the Wheeling Gazette, that's Wheeling, West Virginia now, publishes the following as his platform on the slavery question. Allying ourselves to neither North nor South, on our own hook, we adopt the following platform as our platform on this question, from which we never have and never will recede. We may fall on it, but will never leave it. The severance of the general government from slavery, the repeal of the fugitive slave law, the repeal of the Nebraska-Kansas bill, no more slave territories, the purchase and mass-emission of the slaves in the District of Columbia, and the removal of the seat of government to free territory, says the Baltimore Clipper. The South is contending for, and the North against, the extension of slavery into the territories, but we do not think that either side would consent to dissolve the Union about the Negro population, a population which we look upon as a curse to the nation and should rejoice to see removed to their native clime of Africa. The National Era, one of the best papers in the country, published in Washington City, District of Columbia, says, the tendency of slavery to diffuse itself and to crowd out free labor was early observed by American patriots North and South, and Mr. Jefferson, the great apostle of republicanism, made an effort in 1784 to cut short the encroaching tide of barbaric despotism by prohibiting slavery in all territories of the Union down to 31 degrees of latitude, which was then our southern boundary. His beneficent purpose failed, not for want of a decisive majority of votes present in Congress of the Confederation, but in consequence of the absence of delegates from one or two states which were necessary to the constitutional majority. When the subject again came up in 1787, Mr. Jefferson was minister to France, and the famous ordinance of that year was adopted prohibiting slavery north and west of the Ohio River. Between 1784 and 1787, the strides of slavery westward into Tennessee and Kentucky had become too considerable to admit of a policy of exclusion, and besides, those regions were then integral parts of Virginia and North Carolina, and of course they could not be touched without the consent of those states. In 1820, another effort was made to arrest the progress of slavery, which threatened to monopolize the whole territory west of the Mississippi. In the meantime, the South had apostatized from the faith of Jefferson. It had ceased to love universal liberty, and the growing importance of the cotton culture had caused the people to look with indifference upon the moral deformity of slavery, and as a matter of course, the politicians became its apologists and defenders. After a severe struggle, a compromise was agreed upon, by which Missouri was to be admitted with slavery, which was the immediate point in controversy, and slavery was to be excluded from all the territory north and west of that state. We have shown from the most incontestable evidence that there is in slave society a much greater tendency to diffuse itself into new regions than belongs to freedom, for the reason that it has no internal vitality. It cannot live if circumscribed, and must, like a consumptive, be continually roving for a change of air to recuperate its wasting energies. In the Missouri legislature in January 1857, Mr. Brown of St. Louis proved himself a hero, a patriot, and a statesman in the following words: I am a free soiler, and I don't deny it. No word or vote of mine shall ever inure to the benefit of such a monstrous doctrine as the extension of slavery over the patrimony of the free white laborers of the country. I am for the greatest good of the greatest number, and against the system which monopolizes the free and fertile territory of our country for a few slaveholders to the exclusion of thousands upon thousands of the sinewy sons of toil. The time will come, and perhaps very soon, when the people will rule for their own benefit and not for that of a class which, numerically speaking, is insignificant. I stand here in the midst of the assembled legislature of Missouri to avow myself a free soiler. Let those who are scared at names shrink from the position if they will. I shall take my stand in favor of the white man. Here in Missouri, I shall support the rights, the dignity, and the welfare of the 800,000 non-slave holders in preference to the upholding and perpetuating the dominancy of 30,000 slaveholders who inhabit our state. The St. Louis Democrat, in an editorial article under the date January 28, 1857, entitled itself to the favorable regard of every true lover of liberty by talking thus boldly on the subject of the emancipation of slavery in Missouri. Viewing the question as a subject of state policy, we will venture to say that it is the grandest ever propounded to the people. If it were affirmed in a constitutional convention and thoroughly carried out without any violation of vested rights, Missouri in a few years subsequent to its consummation would be the foremost state on the American continent. Population would flow in from all sides were the barrier of Negro slavery once removed, and in place of 80,000 slaves, we should have 800,000 white men, which, in addition to the population we would have at that time, would give us at once an aggregate of 2 millions. Is Missouri ambitious of political power, a power which is slipping away from the South? The mode of acquiring it is found. We are not rash enough to attempt a description of our condition if the element of free labor were introduced. The earth would give up its hidden treasures at its bidding as the sea will give up its dead, and the soil would bloom more luxuriantly than if it drank the dews of Hermon nightly. 10,000 keels would vex our rivers, towns along their banks would grow into cities, and St. Louis would soon unite in itself the attributes of the greatest commercial, manufacturing, and literary metropolis of the world. Let it be remembered that we have every inanimate element of wealth and power within our limits, and that we require only labor, free labor, for we need not say that servile labor is inadequate. There needs be no pernicious agitation, and even if there should, it is the penalty which we cannot avoid paying at some time, and it is easier to pay it now than in the future. Who that watches passing events and indications is not sensible of the fact that great internal convulsions await the slave states? Better to grapple with the danger in time, if danger there be, and avert it, than wait until it becomes formidable. One thing is certain, or history is no guide, that is, that slavery cannot be perpetuated anywhere. An agitation now would be the effort of the social system to throw off a disease which had not touched its vitals. Hereafter it would be the struggle for life with a mortal sickness. But we do not apprehend any agitation more violent than has been forced upon us for years by the pro-slavery politicians. Agitating the slavery question has been their constant business, and nothing worse has resulted from it than their elevation to office. No very trifling evil, by the way, and the temporary subjection of Kansas. Besides, we know that all the free states emancipated their slaves, and England and France theirs suddenly, and we have yet to learn that a dangerous agitation arose in any instance. In addition to all of this, it is well known, and we thank heaven for the fact and for the indication, that at the election held for mayor of St. Louis in April 1857, the abolition candidate, himself a native of Virginia, was triumphantly elected to the chief magistracy of the city. 3 cheers for St. Louis, 9 for Missouri, 13 for the South. In reference to the late election in St. Louis, in which the Emancipation Party triumphed, the Wheeling, Virginia Intelligencer says, "These elections do demonstrate this fact beyond a cavil. that the sentiment of the great majority of the people of this Union is irrevocably opposed to the extension of slavery, that they are determined, if overwhelming public sentiment can avail anything, another slave state shall not be admitted into this Confederacy. And why are they so determined? Because they believe, and not only believe, but see and know that slavery is an unmitigated curse to the soil that sustains it. They know this because they see every free state outstripping every slave state in all the elements that make a people powerful and prosperous, because they see the people in the one educated and thrifty, and in the other ignorant and thriftless, because they have before their eyes a state like our own, once the very Union itself almost in importance, today taking her rank as a fifth-rate power. Non-slaveholders of the South, fail not to support the papers, the Southern papers that support your interests. Chief amongst those are the St. Louis, Missouri Democrat, the National Era, published in Washington City, D.C., the Baltimore Clipper, the Wheeling, Virginia Gazette, and the Wellsburg, Virginia Herald. A right feeling in the right quarter. There is but one way for the oligarchy to perpetuate slavery in the southern states, and that is by perpetuating absolute ignorance among the non-slaveholding whites. This is quite impossible for them to do. God has scattered the seeds of knowledge throughout every portion of the South, and they are, as might have been expected, beginning to take root in her fertile soil. The following extracts from letters which have been received since we commenced writing this work will show how powerfully the spirit of freedom is operating upon the minds of intelligent thinking men in the slave states. A Baltimorean, writing to us a while previous to the last presidential election, says, "I see that the trustees of the University of North Carolina have dismissed Professor Hedrick for writing a letter in favor of Republican principles. Oh, what an inglorious source of reflection for an American citizen! To think, to know, that our boasted liberty of speech is a myth and abstraction, to see a poor professor crushed under the feet of the tyrannical magnates of slavery for daring to speak the honest sentiment of his heart. Where is fanaticism now, north or south? Oh, my country, whither art thou tending? Truly we have fallen upon degenerate days. God grant that they may not be like those of ancient Greece and Rome, the forerunners of our country's ruin." In a letter under the date of November 1st, 1856, a friend who resides in the eastern part of North Carolina says, "In the papers which reached me last week, I noticed that our own state has been disgraced by a junto of pro-slavery hotspurs which has the audacity to meet in Raleigh for the express purpose of concocting measures for the dissolution of the Union. It appears that the three leading spirits of this cabal were the present governors of three neighboring states, three treasonable disturbers of public peace, who under the circumstances should, in my opinion, have been shot dead upon the spot. I have each of their names noted down in my memorandum, and I shall certainly die unsatisfied if I do not live to hear of their being thoroughly tarred and feathered and ridden on a rail by the non-slaveholding whites, against whose welfare their machinations have been chiefly leveled. Rely upon it, that, if they do not soon sneak away into their graves, a day of retributive justice will most assuredly overtake them." A native and resident of one of the towns in western North Carolina, under the date of March 19th, 1857, writes to us as follows: "While patrolling a few nights ago, I was forcibly struck with the truthfulness of the remarks contained in your last letter. Here I am, a poor but sober and industrious man, with a family dependent on me for support, and after I have finished my day's labor, I am compelled to walk the streets from 9 in the evening till 3 in the morning to restrain the roving propensities of other people's property, niggers. Why should I thus be deprived of sleep that the slaveholder may slumber? I frankly acknowledge my indebtedness to you for opening my eyes upon this subject, The more I think and see of slavery, the more I detest it. I am becoming restless and have been debating within my own mind whether I had not better emigrate to a free state. If I live, I am determined to oppose slavery somewhere, here or elsewhere. It will be impossible for me to keep my lips sealed much longer. Indeed, I sometimes feel that I have been remiss in my duty in not having opened them ere now. But for the unfathomable ignorance that pervades the mass of the poor, deluded, slavery saddled whites around me, I would not suppress my sentiments another hour. Again, under the date of April 7th, 1857, he says, I thank God that slavery will, in my opinion, soon be abolished. I wish to heaven that I had the ability to raise my voice successfully in favor of a just system to abolish it. I would indeed be rejoiced to have an opportunity to do something to relieve the South of this awful curse. Fear not that you will meet with no sympathizers in the South. You will have hosts of friends on every side. Even in this town, if I am not greatly mistaken, a large majority of the citizens will add an enthusiastic amen to your work. We might furnish similar extracts from other letters, but these, we think, are quite sufficient to show that the millennium of freedom is rapidly dawning throughout the benighted regions of slavery. Coveted events are happening in charming succession. All we have to do is wait and work a little longer. The illiterate poor whites of the South. Now, before we get into this section, we have to understand something. That basically from about 1890 until about 1945, when World War II ended, pretty much the majority of Southern history and the majority of American Civil War history was taught by basically Southern socialites and their friends who were teaching the lost cause version of Southern history. That was that the North was uniformly evil and the South was uniformly Christian. That was not quite true. That was a different form of history than actually the true history. In fact, I would argue that Thomas Dixon's books were actually more truth to history. The fact of the matter was, what was going on in that time period was the fight between two different religious philosophies. The religious philosophy of the South, or the Episcopalian philosophy, was that public life has its public sphere, religious life has a religious sphere, and never the twain shall meet. In the North, the idea was the union of the public and the religious. That was the idea that the Puritans had practiced since the time of Plymouth Rock. And so these two ideas, where the idea is you can create a perfected human race by making everyone Christian, versus the idea that you have to accept humanity as it is and leave tradition and religion as two separate spheres. These two ideas were diametrically opposed, and they basically started the Civil War. In fact, they made the Civil War pretty much inevitable. But the fact of the matter was, when the war began in 1861, a huge part of the Southern white population was literally heathens. I mean, you had the deeply religious planter class, you had the pretty much deeply religious townspeople class, the deeply religious small farmer class, and then you had the poor white class who were basically heathens. And a good part of people who lived in very isolated areas, such as Appalachia or the Ozarks, were basically heathens at this time. President Davis and almost all the Confederate generals, but especially Robert E. Lee, were very concerned by all these heathens in the Confederate Army. And so they basically demanded that these men be Christianized. And so hundreds of Baptist ministers and other ministers descended on the Confederate Army encampments. And they converted thousands upon thousands of these men to Christianity. And when the Civil War ended, these rough-hewn redneck men who'd been knife fighters and moonshine drunks went home as Christian men and began constructing churches. That was the true beginning of the Bible Belt. But getting back to Helper here, the illiterate poor whites of the South, at this time, the South had not been through its full transformation into the Bible Belt, and it was a completely different region. Okay, it was still a good part of it was largely irreligious or almost heathen. The wealthy class was deeply religious, and so you had a definite class divide that went into the religious divide. So, had we the power to sketch a true picture of life among the non slave-holding whites of the South, every intelligent man who has a spark of philanthropy in his breast and who should happen to gaze upon the picture would burn with unquenchable indignation at that system of African slavery which entails unutterable miseries on the superior race. It is quite impossible, however, to describe accurately the deplorable ignorance and squalid poverty of the class to which we refer. The serfs of Russia have reason to congratulate themselves that they are neither the Negroes nor the non-slave-holding whites of the South. Than the latter there can be no people in Christendom more unhappily situated. Below will be found a few extracts which will throw some light on the subject now under consideration. Says William Gregg in an address delivered before the South Carolina Institution in 1851. From the best estimates that I have been able to make, I put down the white people who ought to work and who do not, or who are so employed as to be wholly unproductive to the state, at 125,000. Any man who is an observer of things could hardly pass through our country without being struck with the fact that all the capital, enterprise, and intelligence is employed in directing slave labor, and that the consequence is that a large portion of our poor white people are wholly neglected and are suffered to while away an existence in a state but one step in advance of the Indian of the forest. It is an evil of vast magnitude, and nothing but a change in public sentiment will effect its cure. These people must be brought into daily contact with the rich and intelligent. They must be stimulated to mental action and taught to appreciate education and the comfort of civilized life, and this, we believe, may be effected only by the introduction of manufactures. My experience at Graniteville has satisfied me that unless our poor people can be brought together in villages and some means of employment afforded them, it will be an utterly hopeless effort to undertake to educate them. We have collected at that place about 800 people, and as likely looking a set of country girls as may be found, industrious and orderly people, but deplorably ignorant, 3/4 of the adults, not being able to read or write their own names. It is only necessary to build a manufacturing village of shanties in a healthy location in any part of the South, to have crowds of their people around you seeking employment at half the compensation given to operatives at the North. It is indeed painful to be brought in contact with such ignorance and degradation. Again, he says, shall we pass unnoticed the thousands of poor, ignorant, degraded white people among us who in this land of plenty live in comparative nakedness and starvation? Many a one is reared in proud South Carolina from birth to manhood who has never passed a month in which he has not, some part of the time, been stinted for meat. Many a mother is there who will tell you that her children are but scantily provided with bread, and much more scantily with meat, and that if they be clad with comfortable raiment, it is at the expense of these scanty allowances of food. These may be startling statements, but they are nevertheless true, and if not believed in Charleston, the members of our legislature who have traversed the state in electioneering campaigns can attest the truth. Now, one fact which was noted in the pre-Civil War era that is just as true today is that an area that is very extremely heavily black becomes an area where the white people are basically extremely immoral. And that just goes without saying. In an article on manufacturers in South Carolina published some time ago in DeBow's Review, J.H. Taylor of Charleston says, there is in some quarters a natural jealousy of the slightest innovation upon established habits, and because an effort has been made to collect the poor and unemployed white population into our new factories, fear has arisen that some evil will grow out of the introduction of such establishments among us. The poor man has a vote as well as the rich man, and in our state the number of the former will largely overbalance the latter. So long as these poor but industrious people can see no mode of living except by a degrading operation of work with the Negro upon the plantation, they will be content to endure life in its most discouraging forms, satisfied that they are above the slave, though faring often worse than he. Speaking in favor of manufacturers, the Honorable J.H. Lumpkin of Georgia said in 1852, "It is objected that these manufacturing establishments will become hotbeds of crime, but I am by no means ready to concede that our poor, degraded, half-fed, half-clothed, and ignorant population, without Sabbath schools, that's a Sunday school. Typically, that back in that time, they would actually have a school on Saturday to teach kids about the Bible. Without Sabbath schools or any other kind of instruction, mental or moral, or without any just appreciation of character, will be injured by giving them employment, which will bring them under the oversight of employers who will inspire them with self-respect by taking an interest in their welfare." In a paper on the extension of cotton and wool factories at the South, Mr. Stedman of Tennessee says, "In Lowell, labor is paid the fair compensation of 80 cents a day for men and $2 a week for women, besides board, while in Tennessee the average compensation for labor does not exceed 50 cents per day for men and $1.25 per week for women." In the course of a speech which he delivered in Congress several years ago, Mr. T.L. Klingman of North Carolina said, "Our manufacturing establishments can obtain the raw material, cotton, at nearly 2 cents on the pound cheaper than the New England establishments. Labor is likewise 100% cheaper. In the upper parts of the state, the labor of either a free man or a slave, including board, clothing, etc., can be obtained from $110 to $120 per annum. It will cost at least twice that sum in New England. The difference in the cost of female labor, whether free or slave, is even greater." The Richmond Dispatch says, "We will only suppose that the ready-made shoes imported into this city from the North and sold here were manufactured in Richmond. What a great addition it would be to the means of employment. How many boys and females would find the means of earning their bread who are now suffering for a regular supply of the necessaries of life?" A citizen of New Orleans, writing in DeBow's Review, said, "At present, the sources of employment open to females, save in menial offices, are very limited, and an inability to procure suitable occupations is an evil much to be deplored as tending in its consequences to produce demoralization. The superior grades of female labor may be considered such as imply a necessity for education on the part of the employee, while the menial class is generally regarded as of the lowest, and in a slave state this standard is in the lowest depths, a lower deep from the fact that by association it is a reduction of the white servant to the level of their colored fellow menials. Black slave labor, though far less valuable, is almost invariably better paid than free white labor. The reason is this: the fiat of the oligarchy has made it fashionable to have Negroes around, and there are, we are grieved to say, many non-slaveholding whites, lickspittles, who, in order to retain on their premises a hired slave whom they falsely imagine secures them not only the appearance of wealth, but also a position of high social standing in the community, keep themselves in a perpetual strait. Last spring, we made it our special business to ascertain the ruling rates of wages paid for labor free and slave in North Carolina. We found sober, energetic white men between 20 and 40 years of age engaged in agricultural pursuits at a salary of $84 per annum, including board only. Negro men, slaves, who performed little more than half the amount of labor, and who were exceedingly sluggish, awkward, and careless in all their movements, were hired out on adjoining farms at an average of almost $115 per annum, including board, clothing, and medical attendance. Free white men and slaves were in the employ of the North Carolina Railroad Company, The former, whose services, in our opinion, were at least twice as valuable as the services of the latter, received only $12 per month each. The masters of the latter received $16 per month for every slave so employed. Industrious, tidy, white girls from 16 to 20 years of age had much difficulty in hiring themselves out as domestics in private families for $40 per annum, board only included. Negro wenches, slaves of corresponding ages, so ungraceful, stupid, and filthy that no decent man would ever permit one of them to cross the threshold of his dwelling, were in brisk demand at from $65 to $70 per annum, including victuals, clothes, and medical attendance. These are facts, and in considering them, the students of political and social economy will not fail to arrive at conclusions of their own. Notwithstanding the greater density of population in the free states, labor of every kind is, on average, about 100% higher there than it is in the slave states. This is another important fact, and one that every non-slave-holding white should keep registered in his mind. Poverty, ignorance, and superstition are the three leading characteristics of the non-slave-holding whites of the South. Many of them grow up to the age of maturity and pass through life without even owning as much as $5 at any one time. Thousands of them die at an advanced age as ignorant of the common alphabet as if it had never been invented. All are more or less impressed with a belief in witches, ghosts, and supernatural signs. Few are exempt from habits of sensuality and intemperance. None have anything like adequate ideas of the duties which they owe either to their God or themselves or their fellow men. Pitiable indeed, in the fullest sense of the term, is their condition. It is the almost utter lack of an education that has reduced them to their present unenviable situation. In the whole South, there is scarcely a publication of any kind devoted to their interests. They are now completely under the domination of the oligarchy, and it is madness to suppose that they will ever be able to rise to a position of true manhood until after the slave power shall have been utterly overthrown. That is the end of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Impending Crisis of the South, How to Meet It, by Hinton Helper. Published 1857. Chapter 11, Southern Literature. It is with some degree of hesitation that we add a chapter on Southern literature, not that the theme is inappropriate to this work, still less that it is an unfruitful one, but our hostilities result from our conscious inability in the limited time and space at our command to do the subject justice. Few except those whose experience hath taught them have any adequate idea of the amount of preparatory labor requisite to the production of a work into which the statistical elements largely enters. Especially is this so when the statistics desired are not readily accessible through public and official documents. The author who honestly aims at entire accuracy in his statements may find himself baffled for weeks in his pursuit of a single item of information, not of much importance in itself perhaps, when separately considered, but necessary in its connection with others to the completion of a harmonious whole. Not unfrequently during the preparation of the preceding pages have we been subjected to delay and annoyance. The following brief references to the protracted preparatory labors and inevitable delays to which authors are subjected may interest our readers and induce them to regard with charity any deficiencies either in detail or general arrangement which, owing to the necessary haste of preparation, these concluding pages of our work may exhibit. Goldsmith was engaged 9 years in the preparation of the Traveler and 5 years in gathering and arranging the incidents of his deserted village, and 2 years in their versification. Bancroft, the American historian, has been more than 30 years engaged upon his history of the United States from his projection of the work to present date, and that history is not yet completed. Hildreth, a no less eminent historian, from the time he began to collect materials for his history of the United States to the date of its completion, devoted no less than 25 years to the work. Webster, our great lexicographer, gave 35 years of his life to bring his unabridged dictionary of the English language to the degree of accuracy and completeness in which we now find it. Dr. John W. Mason, after 10 years' labor in the accumulation of materials for a life of Alexander Hamilton, was compelled to relinquish the work on account of impaired health. Mr. James Banks of Fayetteville, North Carolina, who recently delivered a lecture upon the life and character of Flora MacDonald, was 18 years in the collection of his materials. Albachev, a distinguished Russian author, spent 25 years in the writing of the life of Mozart. Examples of this kind might be multiplied to an almost indefinite extent. Indeed, almost all the poets, prose writers, painters, sculptors, composers, and other devotees of art who have won undying fame for themselves have done so through long years of earnest and almost unremittent toil. We are quite conscious that the fullness and accuracy of the statement which are desirable in this chapter cannot be attained in the brief time allowed us for its completion. But though much will necessarily be omitted that ought to be said, we shall endeavor to make no statement of facts which are not well authenticated, and no inferences from the same which are not logically true. We can only promise to do the best in our power with the materials at our command to exhibit the inevitable influence of slavery upon Southern literature, and to demonstrate that the accursed institution so cherished by the oligarchy is no less prejudicial to our advancement in letters than it is destructive of our material prosperity. What is the actual condition of literature at the South? Our question includes more than simple authorship in the various departments of letters, from the compilation of a primary reader to the production of a scientific or theological treatise. We comprehend in it all the activities engaged in the creation, publication, and sale of books and periodicals, from the penny primer to the heavy folio, and from the dingy, coarse-typed weekly paper to the large, well-filled daily. It were unjust to deny a degree of intellectual activity to the South. It has produced a few good authors, a few competent editors, and a moderately large number of clever magazinists, paragraphists, essayists, and critics. Absolutely, then, it must be conceded that the South has something that may be called a literature. It is only when we speak of her in comparison with the North that we say, with a pardonably strong expression, the South has no literature. This was virtually admitted by more than one speaker at the late Southern Convention at Savannah. Said a South Carolina orator on that occasion, "It is important that the South should have a literature of her own to defend her principles and her rights, a sufficiently plain concession that she has not now such a literature, but facts speak more significantly than the rounded periods of convention orders." Let us look at the facts then. First, turning our attention to the periodical literature of the South, we obtain these results. By the census of 1850, we ascertain that the entire number of periodicals, daily, semi-weekly, weekly, semi-monthly, monthly, and quarterly, published in the slave states, including the District of Columbia, were 722. These had an aggregate yearly circulation of 92,167,129. The numbers of periodicals of every class published in the non-slaveholding states, exclusive of California, was 1,893, with an aggregate yearly circulation of 333,386,081. We are aware that there may be inaccuracies in the foregoing estimates, but the compilers of the census, not we, are responsible for them. Besides, the figures are unquestionably as fair for the South as for the North. We accept them, therefore, as a just basis of comparison. Nearly 7 years have elapsed since these statistics were taken, and these 7 years have wrought an immense change in the journalism of the North without any corresponding change in that of the South. It is noteworthy that, as a general thing, the principal journals of the free states are more comprehensive in their scope, more complete in every department, and enlist, if not a higher order of talent, at least more talent than they did 7 years ago. This improvement extends not only to the metropolitan, but to the country papers also. In fact, the very highest literary ability in finance and political economy and science and statism and law and theology and medicine in the Bell's letters is laid under contribution by the journals of the non-slaveholding states. This is true only to a very limited degree of Southern journals. Their position, with but a few exceptions, is substantially the same than it was 10 years ago. They are neither worse nor better. The imbecility and inertia which attaches to everything which slavery touches clings to them now as tenaciously as it did when Henry A. Wise thanked God for the paucity of newspapers in the Old Dominion, and the platitudes of Father Ritchie were recognized as the political gospel of the South. They have not, so far as we can learn, increased materially in number, nor in the aggregate of their yearly circulation. In the free states, no week passes that does not add to the number of their journals and extend the circles of their readers and their influence. Since the census tables to which we have referred were prepared, two of the many excellent weekly journals of which the city of New York can boast have sprung into being and attained an aggregate circulation of more than twice as large as that of the entire newspaper press of Virginia in 1850, and exceeding by some thousands the aggregate circulation of the 250 journals of which Alabama, Arkansas, Kentucky, Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida could boast at the time above mentioned. In this connection, we beg leave to introduce the following letter, kindly furnished us by the proprietors of the New York Tribune in answer to the inquiries which we addressed to them. Tribune Office, New York, 30th of May, 1857. Mr. H.R. Helper, Sir, in answer to your inquiry, we inform you that we employ in our building 176 persons regularly. This does not include our carriers and cartmen, nor does it include the men employed in the job office in our building. During the past year, we have used in printing the Tribune 44,979 reams of paper, weighing 2,310,130 pounds. We publish 176,000 copies of our weekly edition, which goes to press the second form at 7:30 a.m. and is finished at 2 a.m. the next morning. Our mailers require 18 to 19 hours to mail our weekly, which makes from 30 to 32 cartloads. Very respectfully, Greeley and McElrath. Throughout the non-slaveholding states, the newspaper or magazine that has not improved during the last decade of years is an exception to the general rule. Throughout the entire slaveholding states, the newspaper or magazine that has improved during that time is no less an exception to the general rule that there obtains. Outside of the larger cities of the South, there are not probably half a dozen newspapers in the whole slaveholding region that can safely challenge a comparison with the country press of the North. What that country press was 20 years ago, the country press of the South is now. We do not deny that the South has produced able journalists, and that some of the newspapers of our principal cities exhibit a degree of enterprise and talent that cannot fail to command for them the respect of all intelligent men. But these journals, we regret to say, are marked exceptions to the general condition of the Southern press, and even the best of these fall far below the standards of excellence attained by the leading journals of the North. In fact, whether our comparison embraces quantity only or extends to both quantity and quality, it is found to be immeasurably in favor of the non-slaveholding states, which in journalism, as in other industrial pursuits, leave their slavery-cursed competitors at an infinite distance behind them, and thus vindicate the superiority of free institutions, which, recognizing labor as honorable, secures its reward for all. The literary vassalage of the South to the North constitutes in itself a most significant commentary upon the diatribes of the former concerning a purely Southern literature. To begin at the beginning, the alphabetical blocks and educational tables from which our Southern abdicarian takes his initial lesson were produced and manufactured in the North. Going forward a step, we find the youngling intent in spelling short sentences or gratifying his juvenile fondness for the fine arts by copying the woodcuts from his northern primer. Yet another step, and we discover him with his Sanders Reader, his Mitchell's Geography, his Emerson's Arithmetic, all produced by Northern Mind and Northern Enterprise. There is nothing wrong in this. It is only a little ridiculous in the view of the fulmination of the Southern pro-slavery press against the North. Occasionally, however, we are amused to find by the efforts of the oligarchs to make their own school books or to root out all educational textbooks every reference to the pestilential heresy of freedom. A gentleman in Charleston, South Carolina, is devoting his energies to the preparation of a series of pro-slavery elementary works consisting of primers, readers, and lo, they are all printed, stitched, and bound north of the Mason-Dixon line. A single fact of this is sufficient to overturn whole folios of theory concerning the divinity of slavery. The truth is that not school books alone, but works of almost every class produced by the South depend upon the North enterprise and skill for their introduction to the public. Mr. DeBow, the eminent statistician, publishes a Southern Review purporting to be issued from New Orleans. It is printed and bound in the city of New York. We clip the following paragraph from a recent number in the Vicksburg, Mississippi Whig. Southern enterprise, even the Mississippi legislature at its late session allowed its laws to go to Boston to be printed and made an appropriation of $3,000 to pay one of its members to go there and read the proof sheets instead of having it done in the state and thereby assisting in building up a Southern publishing house. What a commentary on the Yankee haters. The Greensboro, North Carolina Patriot records a similar contribution on the part of that state to the creation of a purely Southern literature. We have heard it said that those who had the control of the printing of the revised statutes of North Carolina in order to save a few dimes had the work executed in Boston in preference to giving a job to a citizen of this state. We impugn not only the motives and agents in this matter, but it is a little humiliating that no work except the commonest labor can be done in North Carolina, and that everything which requires a little skill, capital, or ingenuity must be sent to the North. In the case under consideration, we have heard it remarked that when the whole bill of expenses connected with the printing of the revised statutes in Boston was footed up, it only amounted to a few $1,000s more than the job would have cost in this state. But then we have the consolation of knowing that the book came from the North and that it was printed among the abolitionists of Boston, the peculiar friends of North Carolina and the South generally. Of course, we ought to be willing to pay a few extra thousands in consideration of these important facts. Southern divines give us elaborate Bible arguments. Southern statists heap treatise upon treatise through which the federal Constitution is tortured into all monstrous shapes. Southern novelists bore us ad infinitum with pictures of the beatitudes of plantation life in the Negro quarter. Southern verse writes drone out their drowsy dactyls or grow ventricus with their turgid heroes, all in defense of slavery, priest, politician, novelist, bardling, severally ringing the charges upon the biblical institution, the conservative institution, the humanizing institution, the patriarchal institution, and then having their books printed on Northern paper with Northern types by Northern artisans, stitched, bound, and made ready for the market by Northern industry, and yet fail to see in all this, as a true philosophical mind must see, an overwhelming refutation of their miserable sophisms in behalf of a system against which humanity, in all its impulses and aspirations and civilization and all its activities and triumphs, utter their perpetual protests. From a curious article in the American Publishers' Circular on Bookmaking in America, we give the following extracts. It is somewhat alarming to know that the number of houses now actually engaged in the publishing of books, not including periodicals, amount to more than 3,000. About 3/4 of these are engaged in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore, the balance being divided between Cincinnati, Buffalo, Auburn, Albany, Louisville, Chicago, St. Louis, and a few other places. There are more than 3,000 booksellers who dispense the publications of these 300, besides 6 or 7,000 apothecaries, grocers, and hardware dealers who connect literature with drugs, molasses, and nails. The best printing in America is probably now done in Cambridge, the best cloth binding in Boston, the best calf in Morocco in New York and Philadelphia. In these two latter styles, we are, as yet, a long distance from Heyday, the pride of London. His finish is supreme. There is nothing between it and perfection. Books have multiplied to such an extent in our country that it now takes 750 paper mills with 2,000 engines in constant operation to supply the printers, who work day and night endeavoring to keep their engagements with publishers. These tireless mills produce 270 million pounds of paper the past year, which immense supply has sold for around $27 million. A pound and a quarter of rags were required for a pound of paper, and 400 million pounds were therefore consumed in this way last year. The cost of manufacturing a 12-month supply of paper for the United States, aside from labor and rags, is computed at about $4 million. The Harper establishment, the largest of our publishing houses, covers half an acre of ground. If old Mr. Caxton, who printed those stories of the Trojan War so long ago, could follow the ex-mayor of New York in one of his morning rounds in Franklin Square, he would be, to say the least, a little surprised. He would see in one room the floor loaded with the weight of 150 tons of presses. The electrotyping process would puzzle him somewhat. The drying and pressing process would startle him. The bustle would make his head ache, and the stockroom would quite finish him. An edition of Harper's Monthly Magazine alone consists of 175,000. Few persons have any idea how large a number this is as applied to the edition of a book. It is computed that if these magazines were to rain down and one man should attempt to pick them up like chips, it would take him a fortnight to pick up the copies of one single number. Supposing him to pick up one every second and to work 10 hours a day. The rapidity with which books are now manufactured is almost incredible. A complete copy of one of Baller's novels, published across the water in 3 volumes and reproduced here, was swept through the press in New York in 50 hours and offered for sale smoking hot in the streets. The fabulous edifice proposed by a Yankee from Vermont no longer seems as an impossibility. "Build the establishment according to my plans," said he. "Drive a sheep in at one end, and he shall immediately come out the other end, 4 quarters of lamb, a felt hat, a leather apron, and a quarter Bible." The business of the Messrs. Harper, whose establishment is referred to in the foregoing extract, is probably more generally diffused over every section of this country than of any of the other publishing houses. From inquiries recently made of them, we learn that they issue an average 3,000 bound volumes per day throughout the year, and that each volume will average 500 pages, making a total of about 1 million of volumes, and not less than 500 millions of pages per annum. This does not include the magazine and books in pamphlet form, each of which contains as much matter as a bound volume. Their bills for paper exceed $300,000 annually, and the average cost is 15 cents per pound. They consume more than 2 millions of pounds, say 1,000 tons of white paper. There are regularly employed in their own premises about 550 persons, including printers, binders, engravers, and clerks. They are all paid in full once a fortnight in bankable money. Besides these, there are numerous authors and artists in every section of the country who furnish manuscripts and illustrations on terms generally satisfactory to the parties interested. The magazine has a monthly circulation of between 175,000 and 200,000, or about 2 millions of copies annually. Each number of the magazine is closed up about the 5th of the month previous to its date. 3 or 4 days thereafter, the mailing begins. commencing with more distant subscribers, all of whom are supplied before any copies are sold for delivery in New York. The intention of the publishers is that it shall be delivered as nearly as possible on the same day in St. Louis, New Orleans, Cincinnati, Philadelphia, Boston, and New York. It takes from 10 to 12 days to dispatch the whole edition, which weighs between 4 and 5 tons by mail and express. Their new periodical, Harper's Weekly, has in a little more than 4 months reached a sale of nearly 70,000 copies. The mailings of this commence on Tuesday night and occupies about 3 days. Ex-Mayor Harper, whom we have found to be one of the most affable and estimatable gentlemen in the city of New York, informed us some time ago that though he had no means of knowing positively, he was of the opinion that about 80% of all their publication and final purchasers in the free states, the remainder, about 20%, in the slave states. Yet it is probable that, with one or two exceptions, no other publishing house in the country has so large a percentage of the Southern trade. Of the more than 300 houses engaged in the publication of books to which the writer in the American Publishers Circular refers, upwards of 9/10 of the number are in the non-slaveholding states, and these represent not less than 99 hundredths of the whole capital invested in the business. Baltimore has twice as many publishers as any other southern city, and nearly as many as the whole South besides. The census returns of 1850 give but 24 publishers for the entire South, and 10 of these were in Maryland. The relative disproportion which then existed in this branch of enterprise between the North and the South still exists, or if it had been changed at all, the change is in favor of the North. So, of all the capital, enterprise, and industry involved in the manufacture of the material that enters into the comparison of books, all the paper manufacturers of the South do not produce enough to supply a single publishing house in the city of New York. Perhaps the Southern literature does not necessarily involve the enterprise requisite to the manufacture of books, but experience has shown that there is a somewhat intimate relation between the author, printer, paper maker, and publisher. In other words, that the intellectual activity which expresses itself in books is measurable by the mechanical activities engaged in their manufacture. Thus, a state that is fruitful in authors will almost necessarily be fruitful in publishers, and the number of both classes will be proportioned to the reading population. The property of Southern literature is legitimately shown, therefore, in the paucity of Southern publishers. We do not deny a high degree of cultivated talent to the South. We are familiar with the names of her sons whose genius has made them eminent. All that we insist upon is that the same accursed influence which has smitten her industrial enterprises with paralysis and retarded indefinitely her material advancement has exerted a corresponding influence upon her literature. How it has done this we shall more fully indicate before we close the chapter. At the Southern Convention held some months since at Savannah, a good deal was said about Southern literature, and many suggestions made in reference to the best means for its promotion. Our speaker thought that they could get textbooks at home without going to either Old England or New England for them. Well, they can try. The effort will not harm them, nor the North either. The orator was confident that the South had talent enough to do anything that it needed to be done, and independence enough to do it. The talent we shall not deny. The independence we are ready to believe in when we see it. When she throws off the incubus of slavery under which she goes staggering like the sailor of Baghdad under the weight of the old man of the sea, she will prove her independence and demonstrate her ability to do anything that needs to be done. Till then, she is but a fettered giant whose vitals are torn by the dogs which her own folly has engendered. Another speaker on the occasion referred to, half unconsciously it would seem, threw a gleam of light upon the subject under discussion which, had not himself and his hearers been bat-blind, would have revealed the clue that conducts from the darkness in which they burrow to the day of the redemption of the South. Said he, Northern publishers employ the talent of the South and of the whole country to write for them and pour out thousands annually for it. but Southern men expect to get talent without paying for it. The Southern Quarterly Review and the Literary Messenger are literally struggling for existence for want of material aid. It is not the South that builds up Northern literature, they do it themselves. There is talent in mind and poetic genius enough in the South to build up a literature of high order, but Southern publishers cannot get money enough to assist them in their enterprise, and therefore the South has no literature. Here are truths. Southern men expect to get talent without paying for it. A very natural expectation, considering that they have been accustomed to have all their material wants supplied by the uncompensated toil of their slaves. In this instance, it may seem an absurd one, but it results legitimately from the system of slavery. That system, in fact, operates in a twofold way against the Southern publisher. First, by its practical repudiation of the scriptural axiom that the laborer is worthy of his hire, and secondly, by restricting the circle of readers through the ignorance which it inevitably engenders. How is it that the people of the North build up their literature? Two words reveal the secret: intelligence, compensation. They are a reading people. The poorest artisan or day laborer has his shelf of books, or his daily or weekly paper whose contents he seldom fails to master before retiring at night. And they are accustomed to pay for all the books and papers which they peruse, readers and prayers. These are the men who ensure the prosperity of publishers. Where a system of enforced servitude prevails, it is very apt to beget loose notions about the obligation of paying for anything, and many minds fail to see the distinction morally between compelling Sambo to pick cotton without paying him wages, or compelling Lippincott and Company to manufacture books for the planter's pleasure or edification upon the same liberal terms. But more than this, where a system of enforced servitude prevails, a fearful degree of ignorance prevails also, as its necessary accompaniment. The enslaved masses are, of course, thrust back from the fountains of knowledge by this strong arm of the law, while the poor, non-slave-holding classes are almost effectually excluded from the institutions of learning by their poverty, the sparse population of slaveholding districts being unfavorable to the maintenance of free schools, and the exigencies of their condition forbidding them to avail themselves of any more costly educational privileges. Northern publishers can employ the talent of the South and of the whole country to write for them and pour out thousands annually for it, simply because a reading population accustomed to pay for the service which it receives enables them to do so. A similar population at the South would enable Southern publishers to do the same. Substitute free labor for slave labor, the institution of freedom for those of slavery, and it would not long remain true that Southern publishers cannot get money enough to assist them in their enterprise, and therefore the South has no literature. This is the discovery which the South Carolina orator, from whom we quote, but narrowly escaped making when he stood upon its very edge and rounded his periods with the truths in whose unapprehended meanings was hidden this gem of redemption for a nation. This self-stultification of Foley, however, was never more than evident than it is in the current gabble of the oligarchs about a Southern literature. They do not mean by it a healthy, manly, normal utterance of unfettered minds, without which there can be no proper literature, but an emasculated substitute, therefore, from which the element of freedom is eliminated, husks from which the kernel has escaped, a body from which the vitalizing spirit has fled, a literature which ignores manhood by confounding it with brutehood, or at best with all similes of freedom as treason against a peculiar institution. There is not a single great name in the literary annals of the Old or New World that could dwarf itself to the stature requisite to gain admission into the pantheon erected by these devotees of the inane for their Lilliputian deities. Thank God, a Southern literature in the sense intended by the champions of slavery is a simple impossibility, rendered such by the excellency of mind which they demand in its producers as a prerequisite to admission into the guild of Southern authorship. The tenuous thoughts of such authorlings could not survive a single breath of manly criticism. The history of the rise, progress, and decline of literature could be easily written on a child's smooth palm and leave space enough for its funeral oration and epitaph. The latter might appropriately be that which in one of our rural districts marks the grave of a stillborn infant. If so early I am done for, I wonder what I was begun for. We desire to see the South bear its just proportion in the literary activities and achievements of our common country. It has never yet done so, and it never will until its own manhood is vindicated in the abolition of slavery. The impulse which such a measure would give to all industrial pursuits that deal with the elements of material prosperity would be imparted also to the no less valuable but more intangible creations of the mind. Take from the intellect of the South the incubus which now oppresses it, and its rebound would be glorious. The era of its diviner inspirations would begin, and its triumphs would be a perpetual vindication of the superiority of free institutions of those over slavery. To Didact's Encyclopedia of American Literature, a sort of omnium gatherum that reminds one of Jeremiah's figs, we are indebted for the following facts. The whole number of American authors whose place of nativity is given is 569. Of these, 79 were foreign-born, 87 were natives of the South, and 403, a vast majority of the whole, first breathed the vital air in the free North. Many of those who were born in the South received their education in the North, quite a number of whom became permanent residents thereof. Still, for the purposes of the computation, we count them on the side of the South. Yet how significant the comparison which this computation furnishes. Throwing the foreign-born, adopted citizens, mostly residents of the North, out of the reckoning, and the record stands. Northern authors, 403, Southern 87, a difference of 316 in favor of the North, and this probably indicates very fairly that the relative intellectual activity of the two sections. We accept the facts gleaned by Didact's work as a basis simply of our estimate, not as being absolutely accurate in themselves, though they are doubtless reliable in the main, and certainly as fair for the South as they are for the North. We might dissent from the judgment of the compiler to reference in the propriety of applying the term literature to much that his compilation contains, but his tastes have proverbially differed from the days of the venerable dame who kissed her cow, not to extend to our researchers in the conditions of things anterior to that interesting event. We will not insist on our view of the matter, but take for granted that he has disentombed from forgotten reviews, newspapers, pamphlets, and posters a fair relative proportion of authors for both the North and the South, for which American literature is unquestionably under infinite obligations to him. Griswold's Poets and Poetry of America and Thomas Buchanan Reed's Female Poets of America furnish evidence equally conclusive of the benumbing influence of slavery upon the intellect of a country. Of course, these compilers say nothing about slavery and probably never thought of it in its connection with their respective works, but none the less significant on the account is the testimony of the facts which they give. From the last edition of Griswold's compilation, which contains the name of none of our female writers, having included them in a separate volume, we find the names of 141 writers of verse. Of these, 1 was foreign-born, 17 natives of the slaveholding, and 123 of the non-slaveholding states. Of our female poets, whose nativity is given by Mr. Reed, 11 are natives of the South and 73 of the North. These simple arithmetical figures are God's eternal scripture against the folly and madness of slavery and need no aid of rhetoric to give emphasis to the startling eloquence of their revelations. But after all, literature is not to be estimated by cubic feet or pounds everdupus, nor measured by the bushel or the yardstick. Quality rather than quantity is the true standard of estimation. The fact, however, matters little for our present purpose, for the South, we are sorry to say, is as much behind the North in the former as in the latter. We do not forget the names of Garay, Benton, Sims, and other eminent citizens of the slave states who have, by their contributions to American letters, conferred honor upon themselves and upon our common country, when we affirm that those among our authors who enjoy a cosmopolitan reputation are, with a few honorable exceptions, natives of the free North, and that the names which most brilliantly illustrate our literature in its every department are those who have grown into greatness under the nurturing influence of free institutions. Comparisons are odious, it is said, and we will not unnecessarily render them more so in the present instance by contrasting name by name the literary men of the South with the literary men of the North. We do not depreciate the former nor overestimate the latter. But let us ask, whence come our geographers, our astronomers, our chemists, our meteorologists, our ethnologists, and others who have made their names illustrious in the domain of the natural sciences? Not from the slave states, certainly. In the literature of law, the South can furnish no name that can claim peership with those of Story and Kent. In history, none that tower up to the altitude of Bancroft, Prescott, Hildreth, Motley, and Washington Irving. In theology, none that can challenge favorable comparison with those of Edwards, Dwight, Channing, Taylor, Bushnell, Tyler, and Wayland. In fiction, none that take rank with Cooper and Mrs. Stowe, and but few that may do so with even the second-class novelists of the North. Now he puts an asterisk here and says, we Southrons all glory in the literary reputation of Mr. Sims, yet we must confess his inferiority to Cooper, and prejudice alone will refuse to admit that while in the art of the novelist he is the superior of Mrs. Stowe, in genius he must take position below her. In poetry, none that can command position with Bryant, Halleck, and Percival, with Whittier, Longfellow, and Lowell, with Willis, Stoddard, and Taylor, with Holmes, Sachs, and Burleigh, and we might add 20 other northern names before we found their southern peer, with the exception of poor Poe, who without a narrow range of subjects showed himself a poet of consummate art, and occupies a sort of debatable ground between our first and second class writers. As an aside, worth noting that at the time Helper is writing this book, Edgar Allan Poe did not become as respected as he is today. And as of today, most of these writers that he is talking about, with a few exceptions, are not as well known as Edgar Allan Poe. Back to the book. We might extend this comparison to our writers in every department of letters, from the compiler of school books to the author of the most profound ethical treatise, and with precisely the same result, but we forbear. The task is distasteful to our state pride, and would have been entirely avoided had not a higher principle urged us to its performance. It remains for us now to inquire, what has produced this literary pauperism in the South? One single word, most pregnant in its terrible meanings, answers the question. The word is slavery. But we have been so long accustomed to the ugly thing itself, and have become so familiar with its no less ugly fruits, that the common mind fails to apprehend the connection between the one as cause and the other as effect, and it therefore becomes necessary to give a more detailed answer to our interrogatory. Obviously, then, the conditions requisite to a flourishing literature are wanting at the South. These are: 1. Readers. The people of the South are not a reading people. Many of the adult population never learn to read, still more do not care to read. We have been impressed during a temporary sojourn in the North with the difference between the middle and laboring classes in the free states and the same classes in the slave states in this respect. Passing along the great routes of travel, in the former, are taking our seat in the comfortable cars that pass up and down the avenues of our great commercial metropolis, we have not failed to contrast the employment of our fellow passengers with that which occupies the attention of the corresponding classes on our various southern routes of travel. In the one case, a large proportion of the passengers seem intent upon mastering the contents of the newspaper or some recently published book. The merchant, the mechanic, the artisan, the professional man, and even the common laborer, going to or returning from their daily avocations, are busy with their morning or evening papers, or engaged in an intelligent discussion of some topic of public interest. This is their leisure hour, and it is given to the acquisition of such information as may be of immediate or ultimate use, or to the cultivation of a taste for elegant literature. In the other case, newspapers and books seem generally ignored, and noisy discussions of village and state politics, the tobacco and cotton crops, filibusterers in Cuba, Nicaragua, or Sonora, the price of Negroes generally, and especially of fine-looking wenches, the beauties of lynch law, the delights of horse racing, the excitement of street fights with bowie knives and revolvers, the manifest destiny theory that justifies the stealing of all territory contiguous to our own, and kindred topics constitute the warp and woof of the conversation. All this is on a level with the general intelligence of the slave states. It is true these states have their educated men, the majority of whom owe their literary culture to the colleges of the North. Not that there are no Southern colleges, for there are institutions so called in a majority of the slave states. Some of them, too, are not deficient in the appointments requisite to our higher educational institutions. But as a general thing, Southern colleges are colleges only in name and will scarcely take rank with a third-rate Northern academy, while our academies, with a few exceptions, are immeasurably inferior to the public schools of New York, Philadelphia, and Boston. The truth is, there is a vast inert mass of stupidity and ignorance too dense for the individual effort to enlighten or remove in all communities cursed with the institution of slavery. Disguise the unwelcome truth as we may, slavery is the parent of ignorance, and ignorance begets a whole brood of follies and vices, and every one of these is inevitably hostile to literary culture. The masses, if they think of literature at all, think of it only as a costly luxury to be monopolized by the few. Now, Helper's writing in 1857, but many years later in 1936, when Margaret Mitchell wrote Gone with the Wind, she would allude to this. That basically 100 years before Hinton Helper wrote this book would have been about the year 1757. During that time, the most highly educated men in the United States typically were found in the South, usually in places like Virginia and probably South Carolina. But what happened was, after the American Revolution and after we stopped going to school in England, because many of our most wealthy men during the time of the colonies would send their sons to school in England, after that time, and because of the fact that the West opened up, many people began neglecting education to move west into the other slave territories and build their own plantations, and became very wealthy over time. But as a result of them moving in and pioneering in these different areas, education began to lag. And most of these southern states did not have public school systems, and they only had a slapdash education. So what would happen is some people would be extremely highly educated, and some people didn't get any education at all. So it was hit and miss. And that's what he's talking about here, is that at the same time in the North, the North at this time had universal public schooling in most states. And so what you ended up with was, whereas in the North you had this democratized education, which meant everybody in the North had a basic education. There were not a lot of geniuses, but everybody had a basic education. In the South, you would have educational extremes, whereby the wealthiest aristocrat would literally have a genius education, and the poorest white man probably couldn't write his name but with an X. So, in other words, basically you have the North, which has a universal average education, and then you have in the South an extreme education on one end and no education on the other. So there you go. The proportion of white adults over 20 years of age in each state who cannot read and write to the whole white population is as follows. Connecticut, 1 out of 568. Vermont, 1 out of 473. New Hampshire, 1 out of 310. Massachusetts, 1 out of 166. Maine, 1 out of 108. Michigan, 1 out of 97. Rhode Island, 1 out of 67. New Jersey, 1 out of 58. New York, 1 out of 56. Pennsylvania, 1 out of 50. Ohio, 1 out of 43. Indiana, 1 out of 18. Illinois, 1 out of 17. Louisiana, 1 out of 38 and a half. Maryland, 1 out of 27. Mississippi, 1 out of 20. Delaware, 1 out of 18. South Carolina, 1 out of 17. Missouri, 1 out of 16. Alabama, 1 out of 15. Kentucky, 1 out of 13 and a half. Georgia, 1 out of 13. Virginia, 1 out of 12 and a half. Arkansas, 1 out of 11 and a half. Tennessee, 1 out of 11. North Carolina, 1 out of 7 people cannot read or write. In this table, Illinois and Indiana are the only free states which, in a point of education, are surpassed by any of the slave states, and this disgraceful fact is owing principally to the influx of foreigners and to immigrants from the slave states. New York, Rhode Island, and Pennsylvania also have a large foreign element in their population that swells very considerably this percentage of ignorance. For instance, New York shows by the last census a population of 98,722 who cannot read and write, and of this number, 68,052 are foreigners. Rhode Island, 3,607, of which 2,359 are foreigners. Pennsylvania, 76,272, of whom 24,989 are foreigners. On the other hand, the ignorance of the slave states is principally native ignorance, but comparatively few immigrants from Europe seeking a home upon its soil, cursed with the peculiar institution. North Carolina has a foreign population of only 340 people. South Carolina only 104. Arkansas only 27. Tennessee only 505. Virginia only 1,137 who cannot read and write. And so the South has barely any immigrants at this time. While the aggregate of native ignorance in these 5 states, exclusive of the slaves who are debarred all education by law, is 278,948. No longer ago than 1837, Governor Clark of Kentucky, in his message to the legislature of that state, declared that by the computation of those most familiar with the subject, 1/3 of the adult population of the state of Kentucky are unable to write their names. And Governor Campbell of Virginia reported to the legislature that from the returns of 98 clerks, it appears that of 4,614 applications for marriage licenses in 1837, no less than 1,047 were made by men unable to write. In the slave states, the proportion of free white children between the ages of 5 and 20 who are found at any school or college is not quite 1/5 of the whole. In the free states, the proportion is more than 3/5. We could fill our pages with facts like these to an almost indefinite extent, but it cannot be necessary. No truth is more demonstrable, nay, no truth has been more abundantly demonstrated than this, that slavery is hostile to general education, its strength, its very life. In the ignorance and stolidity of the masses, it naturally and necessarily represses general literary culture. To talk, therefore, of the creation of a purely Southern literature, without readers to demand or writers to produce it, is the mere babble of idiocy. 2. Another thing essential to the creation of a literature is mental freedom. How much of that is to be found in the region of slavery? We will not say that there is none, but if it exists as the outlawed antagonist of human chattelhood. He who believes that the despotism of the accursed institution expends its malignant forces upon the slave, leaving intact the white and so-called free population, is the victim of a most monstrous delusion. One end of the yoke that bows the African to the dust presses heavily upon the neck of his Anglo-Saxon master. The entire mind of the South either stultifies itself into acquiescence with slavery, succumbs to its authority, or chafes in indignant protest against its monstrous pretensions and outrageous usurpations. A free press is an institution almost unknown in the South. Free speech is considered as treason against slavery, and when people dare neither speak nor print their thoughts, free thought itself is well nigh extinguished. All that can be said in defense of human bondage may be spoken freely, but question either its morality or its policy, and the terrors of lynch law are at once invoked to put down the pestilent heresy. The legislation of the slave states for the suppression of the freedom of speech and the press is disgraceful and cowardly to the last degree, and can find its parallel only in the meanest and bloodiest despotisms of the old world. No institution that could bear the light would thus sneakingly seek to burrow itself into utter darkness. Look, too, at the mobbings, lynchings, robberies, social and political proscriptions, and all manner of nameless outrages to which men in the South have been subjected simply upon the suspicion that they were the enemies of slavery. We could fill page after page of this volume with the record of such atrocities, but a simple reference to them is enough. Our countrymen have not yet forgotten why John C. Underwood was but a few months since banished from his home in Virginia, and the accomplished Hedrick driven from his college professorship in North Carolina. They believed slavery inimical to the best interests of the South, and for daring to give expression to this belief in moderate yet manly language, they were ostracized by the despotic slave power and compelled to seek a refuge from its vengeance in states where the principles of freedom are better understood. Pending the last presidential election, there were thousands, nay, tens of thousands, of voters in the slave states who desired to give their suffrage for the Republican nominee John C. Fremont, himself a Southern but a non-slaveholder. The Constitution of the United States guaranteed to these men an expression of their preference at the ballot box, but were they permitted to such an expression? Not at all. They were denounced, threatened, overawed by the slave power, and it is not too much to say that there was really no constitutional election. That is, no such free expression of political preferences as the Constitution aims to secure in a majority of the slave states. From a multiplicity of facts like these, the inference is unavoidable that slavery tolerates no freedom of the press, no freedom of speech, no freedom of opinion. To expect that a whole-souled manly literature can flourish under such conditions is as absurd as it would be to look for health amid the pestilential vapors of a dungeon, or for the continuance of animal life without the aid of oxygen. 3. Mental activity, force, enterprise are requisite to the creation of literature. Slavery tends to sluggishness, imbecility, inertia. Where free thought is treason, the masses will not long take the trouble of thinking at all. Desuetude begets incompetence. The dare not soon becomes the cannot. The mind thus enslaved necessarily loses its interest in the processes of other minds and its tendency to sink down into absolute stolidity or sottishness. Our remarks find melancholy confirmation in the abject servilism in which multitudes of the non-slaveholding whites of the South are involved. In them, ambition, pride, self-respect, hope seem alike extinct. Their slaveholding fellows are in some respects in a still more unhappy condition, helpless, nerveless, ignorant, selfish, yet vainglorious, self-sufficient, and brutal. Are these the chosen architects who are expected to build up a purely Southern literature? The truth is, slavery destroys or vitiates or pollutes whatever it touches. No interest of society escapes the influence of its clinging curse. It makes Southern religion a stench in the nostrils of Christendom. It makes Southern politics a libel upon all the principles of republicanism. It makes Southern literature a travesty upon the honorable profession of letters. Than the better class of Southern authors themselves, none will feel more keenly the truth of our remarks. They write books, but can find for them neither publishers nor remunerative sales at the South. The executors of Calhoun seek for his works a Northern publisher. Benton writes history and prepares voluminous compilations which are given to the world through a Northern publisher. Sims writes novels and poems, and they are scattered abroad from the presses of a Northern publisher. 80% of all the copies sold are probably bought by Northern readers. When will Southern authors understand their own interests? When will the South as a whole, abandoning its present suicidal policy, enter upon that career of prosperity, greatness, and true renown to which God, by his word and his providence, is calling it? If thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke, the putting forth of the finger and speaking vanity, And if thou draw out thy soul to the hungry and satisfy the afflicted soul, then shall thy light rise in obscurity, and thy darkness be as the noonday. And the Lord shall guide thee continually, and satisfy thy soul in drought, and make fat thy bones, and thou shalt be like a watered garden, and like a spring of water, whose waters fail not. And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places. Thou shalt raise up the foundations of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of the paths to dwell in. Our limits, not our materials, are exhausted. We would gladly say more, but can only in conclusion add, as the result of our investigations in this department of our subjects, that literature and liberty are inseparable, that one can never have a vigorous existence without being wedded to the other. Our work is done. It is the voice of the non-slaveholding whites of the South through one identified with them by interest, by feeling, by position. That voice, by whomsoever spoken, must yet be heard and heeded. The time hastens, the doom of slavery is written, the redemption of the South draws nigh. In taking leave of our readers, we know not how we can give more forcible expression to our thoughts and intentions than by saying that in concert with the intelligent free voters of the North, we, the non-slave-holding whites of the South, expect to elevate John C. Fremont, Cassius M. Clay, James G. Birney, and other Southern non-slaveholders to the presidency in 1860, and that the patriot, thus elevated to that dignified station, will, through our cordial cooperation, be succeeded by William H. Seward, Charles Sumner, John McLean, or some other non-slaveholders of the North. And furthermore, that if in these or any other similar cases the oligarchs do not quietly submit to the will of a constitutional majority of the people, as expressed at the ballot box, the first battle between freedom and slavery will be fought at home, and may God defend that right. The end. Notice to the readers the few typographical errors which occur in this, the first edition of the work in hand, shall be found corrected in the second and subsequent editions. We will here call attention to the only three of the palpable of those errors. They are as follows. The word only in the 17th line of the 151st page shall be duty. The word different in the 10th line of the 158th page shall be difficult. The word more in the 19th line of the 191st page should be none. And that is the end. And of course, at the back of it, there's a general index, which you can look up all the things with the book if you want to. And I'll put a link to the book on the bottom of the page. But there it is, The Impending Crisis of the South, 1857, by Hinton Rowan Helper. Now, people will like to say that Harriet Beecher Stowe caused the Civil War with Uncle Tom's Cabin, but I would argue if Harriet Beecher Stowe created the fire, this guy threw the gunpowder onto that fire and blew the building up. So that is all for The Impending Crisis of the South by Hinton Rowan Helper.